Well, good morning and welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for the 12th of September, 2023. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. An agenda has been circulated. I would ask if there's any additions or deletions to that agenda. Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Ratcliffe is first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the regular council meeting minutes of the 22nd of August, 2023 have been circulated. Were there any errors or omissions to note? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us on to our agenda today, item 4, more specifically item 4.1, and that is a public hearing relating to Bylaw 1156/23, application number 10/23 to amend the land use bylaw, and I shall call the meeting to order at 9:01. I'll just outline the process to be used today. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it is told it is their turn, they shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode. And breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, the council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submission received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. And before I turn it over to staff for the background information, we'll just take a moment to do some introductions, and I'll start with Councillor Graham, please.
Good morning. I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Bill Heffern.
Good morning. Good morning. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning. Good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning. Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Zermack, Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
And yeah, thank you for those introductions. And I'll start off by asking Mr. Clark if he would outline the background information to the application.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. William and Michelle Hepburn currently holds title to Plan Southeast 1341-6 west of the 5th, which contains approximately 158 acres. The subject land is in the agriculture district and is located approximately 20 kilometers northeast of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The landowners have made application to redesignate 26 acres located in the northeast portion of the quarter section from the agriculture district to the intensive agriculture district. The remaining 132 acres of the quarter section would remain agriculture. Pending the outcome of the land use amendments, the applicants will proceed with the subdivision application process to create a separate 26-acre intensive agriculture district parcel. The proposed 26-acre intensive agriculture parcel is developed and contain a garage, residence, shop, barn, and other auxiliary buildings. The proposed parcel is serviced with power, water, and septic system. Access to the proposed intensive agriculture parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing accesses off Range Road 6-0, adjacent to the east property boundary. Township Road 41-2 lies adjacent to the south property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow the creation of Hepburn Ranch, a livestock business. Goats will be raised for sale within the Canadian meat market, as well as the breeding of high-performance water blood and quarter horses for sale within the North American market. The applicants have indicated that the proposed parcel will be used for the occupancy of the goats and horses, and the remainder of the quarter section may be utilized for the grazing of horses as the need arises. The proposed land use amendment would allow for the applicants to live in the existing residence on the proposed parcel and utilize the existing buildings for their business operations, while providing a manageable parcel of agricultural land suitable for the intended purpose, for the intended proposed business use. The surrounding land use in the area is mainly agriculture with a few residential parcels. The attached package will also provide more details on the proposed development, and the applicants are here as well to speak to the proposal. Municipal Government Act, Section 9 lists the things that must need to be considered while approving a subdivision application. Clearwater County's MDP, 2023 MDP, Section 5.2 and 2.3 encourages the county to consider the types of agricultural production and evaluate the things that may affect the lands when affecting agricultural lands when subdividing, and also encourages the development of agricultural businesses within the county. The Section 10 that's listed in the package deals with the number of parcels allowed and the location of the parcels with access when considering subdivision. Section 11.2.12 deals with the subdivision and development requirements and the things that the county would need to consider. Section 14.25 to 6 deals with the things the county could ask for when it comes to creating a subdivision and additional things that we may need to consider. Clearwater County's land use bylaw, Section 13.4.2 is the intensive ag district, and that lists the purpose of the intensive ag parcel. Section 1.7 defines, provides a definition of intensive agriculture. Policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land to create an intensive agricultural parcel to operate an intensive livestock operation where the landowners will be raising goats for meat sale and the breeding and the training of horses. Access to the property is via Range Road 6-0, also known as Beaver Flats Road, which is a county maintained road. The proposed 26-acre parcel fits within the intensive agriculture district, as this better sustains a small intensive agriculture operation on its own rather than a full quarter. The proposed business operation on the parcel is better suited for intensive agriculture rather than a CRA parcel. A country residence agriculture district provides minor personal agriculture pursuits. The scale of the proposed business would be best suited if separated from the quarter section. The small agricultural operation could allow for more diverse agricultural opportunities and allow the landowners to make agriculture their livelihood. After reviewing and considering the impacts on adjacent farming activities, staff feels that the proposal would not negatively impact existing farming operations within the area. The proposal is similar in nature to operations that is also found within the agriculture district. At first reading, at the regular council meeting held at July 25th, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1156/23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local papers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon considering the representation made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1156/23. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Clark. Would council have any questions of the development officer? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. What makes something intensive? Do we have any legislation, any policy, that makes something ag versus intensive ag versus the provincially legislated confined feeding operations? What is that justification?
Currently, there is to indicate when we transition from ag to intensive ag. Provincially, the proposed operation does not meet the requirements for confined feeding operations, which is a minimum of 200 goats will be needed to require for it to transition to confined feeding operations. But at this time, there is no policy in place for that transition towards intensive ag.
Okay, so we're kind of just going arbitrary on our ag versus intensive ag designation?
No, well, based on the intensity of the operation they're proposing, and being the fact that they're going to be selling the goats that's being used for their business, it'll be best suited on intensive ag. If it's on a CRA parcel, you would not be, any agricultural production is mostly for personal use, and for the size for a CRA parcel, 100 goats would not be able to maintain on a CRA parcel.
Follow-up?
Go ahead, please.
Could it not happen on the 160 that's existing, or do we need to transition this to intensive ag in order for this operation to continue?
Yes, there's a possibility it could happen on 160, but based on what the applicant is requesting and what they're proposing, it also fits the requirement for intensive agriculture operation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
My question is along a similar line. I was wondering if we have examples of what intensive agriculture would be to help guide this process.
There are various types of things that could be considered intensive agriculture, but I think Director Martin would be best to answer that question.
Mr. Martinson?
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning. So I think, Mr. Clark pointed out already there's a little bit of difference between our zoning and designation intensive agriculture versus what the province considers intensive agriculture through their confined feeding operation. And Mr. Clark mentioned that, for goats in the milk or meat category, that number's 200. But in the category of feeders, it's 2,000. If you're doing a nanny billy operation, so kidding, then it's 3,000. So those numbers vary depending on the class of goats you're raising. They're really tied back to the amount of manure you produce. That's really what the province regulates. They're not necessarily regulating the animals. They're regulating the manure you're producing, not through grazing. So any grazing, the manure produced isn't accumulated, it's when you're confined feeding. So the name kind of spoils it that way. And traditionally that's winter feeding, but not always. We do see operations feeding in the spring and fall, or even through the summer this year when feed was short, or based on business models. So Councillor Radcliffe asked, an example in this county would be along Highway 22. There's a sheep, so a comparable small livestock feedlot that has a permit to produce the amount of manure that you do when you feed, I believe there in the 2,000 or 3,000 sheep. Don't quote me on that, but in the thousands of sheep. And so that's an example. Rate, I believe, is that just before Dover Court Hall on the right side, kind of in the lower section of Highway 22 near Mud Creek, is a confined feeding operation. And that is not necessarily zoned intensive from the county's perspective because it's on a full quarter section. That doesn't matter to the province how the county zoning is. It's if you produce this amount of manure in winter feeding operations, you must get a confined feeding. But as Mr. Clark has pointed out, that is separate from our designations and certainly sort of outside of what council's considering right now. There's also, a beef feedlot in this county near Leslieville. It's another example of what a confined feeding operation would be. It's not zoned intensive ag because again, it's on a full quarter section. But that's another example of a confined feeding operation in the county. Hope that answers the question. If not, I'd be happy to follow that up.
And,
Thank you.
And we'll go to Councillor Northcott, please.
Thank you. I guess just to add a little bit to that, there's one section here in this agenda package here. Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw 714-01, section 1.7, definition states, intensive agriculture. And then generally characterized by high inputs of capital, labor, and or technologies. So just to add a little bit to that. It's on page 23 of the package. But my question for administration is, in policy considerations, there's a comment here, it says, the small agricultural operation could allow for a more diverse agricultural opportunity. And a little bit further down it says, staff feel that the proposal would not negatively impact existing farming operations in the area. But I was just wondering if there's any any empirical data to factually back those comments up, like the could and the feel. I was just wondering if there's any firm data that's based on facts.
Well, when we look at if it will impact farming operations, we also look on the different types of farming operations that are happening in or around the quarter, and also we look on the farmland assessment rating to determine if there is also going to be significant impact to any possible farming operations that will be happening on the quarter, could possibly happen on the quarter or quarter sections adjacent to the proposed parcel. And based on that, majority of the quarter sections around the parcel is mostly forested, and there are a few hay operations that are happening on different portions of a quarter. There is no full quarter within the area that is currently using the entire quarter for any form of hay operations or cattle operations. There is also a number of commercial activities, so number of oil wells adjacent to other quarter sections within the area. So based on that analysis, we determined that there's not significant number of farming operations that would be possibly impacted. And within the package on the farmland assessment rating, a lot of the ratings on the quarter sections adjacent to the subject parcel, the farmland assessment rating is quite low based on that. So therefore we assumed there shouldn't be any significant impact.
Okay, no, thank you very much for the answer.
Yes.
Just, yeah, what I sort of observed is there's much of planning is based on assumptions, but I just wanted to see if there was any factual data to support those comments. That's all, thank you.
Any additional questions from council? If not, I would invite Mr. Clark to offer any comments received from referral agencies.
Blue Mountain Park Co-op. Thank you, Reeve. Blue Mountain Park Co-op had no objections to the proposed land use amendment. Public Works also had no objections to the request. Public Works Infrastructure, to be more accurate. Public Works Operations, they had no comments or concerns. Municipal Planning Commission, no direction was given to council from Municipal Planning Commission. Municipal Planning Commission on August 17, 2023, made a motion to recommend that council does not favorably consider granting second and third reading to the subject land use amendment, application 10/23, to redesignate 26 acres from the agricultural district to intensive agricultural district. The vote on this motion was tied, therefore the motion was defeated. No other motion was presented during that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. At this time, I would invite the applicants if they wish to speak to their application or add any comments.
Well, that corner of the property up there, there's 5 existing small pastures up in there already. And that's part of the reason we've been kind of moving towards this direction for a few years now. I'd like to retire from overseas, and this is kind of what our retirement is gonna keep the top portion up there and raise goats. We also have 2 boys, they reside in Houston. They have a company down in Houston, and they're eventually coming back up here. And we're kind of, this is gonna be our retirement, and then, you know, the boys will be whatever they're gonna do on the other portion of it. But the reason we didn't go with the whole quarter is, I mean, it costs a fortune to fence that off with that page wire fence. And if you put goats down there, it's a virtual smorgasbord for the coyotes down below. I mean, it's a huge amount of coyotes on our property. But when we can contain them up top, we can manage it there. And we only figured on getting possibly about 100 goats. It's just a supplement in retirement is basically what it is. It's kind of, I guess, it's semi-estate planning and looking towards our retirement. That's what it is.
Super. Thank you. And a question from Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Was the Ag Department not a referral agency for this application?
At the time referrals were sent out, no, they were not. It has been recent. In recent applications, we have attached, when it comes to land use amendments or subdivisions, on a case-by-case basis, Ag Department will be a referral agency. But at the time, we decided to add agricultural services to the referral agency. The referral package for this was already sent out, hence why I contacted Director Martinson to provide comments at this meeting.
Okay. Follow-up?
Please.
Would it be possible to hear his direct comments towards this application today, or if he's prepared to do so, or not?
And I would leave that up to Mr. Martinson. I see he's rejoining us. So I'll turn the floor across to Mr. Martinson.
Thank you. As Mr. Clark mentioned, we are on the list of referrals now. At the time that this one came, we weren't in the process, so but we do receive these referrals now. Did you have a specific question about the application for me?
Sorry, thank you. Just with your finger on the pulse of our ag community, I really would like to hear the Ag Department's take on this. My biggest concern with this particular application is I don't know how this operation is better suited on 26 that wouldn't be on 160. Like that's what I don't know why the application is coming in for 26 acres when it can be done on 160 acres. And I love the ag department's perspective, because perhaps there's something I've missed.
I think it's true to point out that you know, this operation could exist on a full quarter, you know, and that's I think been sort of identified through the process. I think, you know, the fact that the applicant made reference to predation management within the business plan, that's certainly something that's unique and important in this county. And, you know, coyotes are certainly a challenge, but I'd suggest they're probably the easiest challenge when we stack, you know, wolves, cougars, and grizzly bears on top of that. Although coyotes are the most predominant issue, you know, they're maybe easier to handle than, because you can kind of shoot them, trap them. If it was a grizzly bear, you just have to watch them eat your goats. So from a farming perspective, dealing with a pest that you can do something about is usually easier. I don't want to make anything sound easy on the farm, as a lot of us know. As far as, you know, choosing the amount of acres for each business plan, I think that's something that's difficult to do at a larger scale when we look at any farm operation, because every farm operation is unique and has to be flexible. But yeah, it's a challenge for this council and any council to, you know, weigh the fragmentation of land, which generally is not a good thing for agriculture. But by providing opportunities where they may not exist, as the applicant mentioned, one example is the fencing that crushes a business model with 100 goats if you have to fence a full quarter section. So, you know, I'm not going to be able to balance that out for council. That's your job. But those are, I think, valid reasons why this business model is requiring a fragmented piece of land. And if we want small livestock type operations to exist out west, where we have significant more predation problems than we would say out east, then this might be a consideration to assist in those developing. You know, again, I think that's council's decision. But certainly 100 goats would be, this would be an appropriate amount, enough land for 100 goats. You know, it's important to note that there's, you know, two distinct kind of periods in time. There's the grazing season, and then there's harvest of feed, and a lot of operations do not harvest feed. So a lot of producers are only grazing, they're acquiring their feed, or they're putting up elsewhere. So when we look at the property, we don't necessarily have to sustain the goat for 365 days a year off this property.
Thank you, Mr. Martinson, and I'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
Just looking at the you know, the shape of the property, I understand that it is following the lines of an existing roadway to an existing well site. And we all know that industry doesn't necessarily like to take straight roads either. So as much as they're making it easier for your life, and I can totally appreciate that, being as how that road is. In regards to property taxes, I believe property taxes would be similar for intensive ag that it is for the same for the balance of the property. So there really is no cost savings there. Maybe not, or more expensive. I am of that nature, and I would be curious if MPC, I'm looking at all the creeks and the water that are within that. I'm curious if MPC thought that maybe the lowland would be an issue as well, in regards to maybe some of the roadways.
Mr. Clark?
In regards to, I'm trying to remember the comment. In regards to the lowland, there are a number of factors MPC considered when evaluating, hence why I believe the vote was split. So what the complete thought process for MPC is, we provided as much evidence as we could based on that. And that's the only comment I can make in regards to your comment. Thank you.
Could I speak on the water?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, there's only really, there's no water above ground here along any of these. there's water down here, there's a spring, artesian well, and it flows out this way, onto Betty Murphy's place and then down onto Lobstick. So there's, you know, them blue lines are not surface water. I mean, you might get a little bit of runoff and that's about it. And that one on the right side there where the county road is, that's where they're building up that entire road. And they've got a big culvert in there and that comes off our neighbor's place. There's a creek coming out, so we get a little bit of water there. But that one running south, I've never really seen much water in that.
We'd like to welcome you to come down Beaver Flats Road, Michelle, and take a look at
Come in
that
there.
road.
So anyway, that's water.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question that I hope Director Martinson could answer. What would on this 26 acres, what would the productivity of raising 100 goats be compared to cattle, for example?
So typically, when we talk about small livestock versus large livestock or medium livestock, I suppose, sheep and goats, there's somewhere in the nature of 3.5 to 5. 3.5 to 5 sheep or goats is equivalent to 1 cattle, if you will. That's a rough range. In this county, we can typically graze 1 cow or 5 sheep or goats on anywhere between 3.5 to 6.5 acres per year, and that number can be brought down by more intensive grazing and more cross fences and things like that. So, you know, quick math, we're looking at 26 acres here. If we take 6 acres out for the yard site and there's 20 acres of grazing, it's a reasonable number for 100 goats. Again, it's so flexible or so diverse in this county based on your soils, based on, you know, the management of the past, the management currently, and the management in the future. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that amount of livestock could graze on that amount of land. And again, that wouldn't produce any winter feed. That's not how a lot of grazers in this county work. They purchase their feed or put it up elsewhere. So, yeah, I think quick assessment, that's how I would frame that.
Follow up, and then I'm going to go to the
Okay.
deputy. Reeve.
Yes, where I was coming from with that question was, are we losing any agricultural production if we approve this?
I think that goes back to balance, right? You know, again, I think on a general high level, anytime we fragment ag land, we're gonna reduce some sort of scale and capacity. You know, and it's not necessarily what we have fragmented out, it's what's left. You know, a full quarter usually grazes 30 head of cattle. That fits on a liner nicely. I can take 1 bull there. When we fragment out 20, you know, now that might mean only 5 or 6 cows less, but now I'm not sending a full liner and I've got to buy a bull for 25 and not 30. So that reduces my scale. But what council's balance is the opportunity we're providing for different and diverse agriculture on this new portion, which I think, you know, as I mentioned in previous questions, may not exist on a full quarter, because the business case doesn't work to put in that type of infrastructure over. We're basically looking at 2 miles on a quarter section, half mile times 4, to be able to put up that type of fencing, and it is a very much increased standard of fencing than what we get on a 3 or 4 wire beef cow fence. So again, that's your balance to make on what this community wants to see our future for agricultural opportunities, for diversity, while still maintaining the scale and the profitability of what's made us, you know, who we are, which is predominantly cranking cows out on full quarter sections of pasture, you know, and that's a balance of sort of serving the past and present and trying to move us into the future. Again, that's really council's decision to make, and the vision that you have for this community through a very broad group of statutory documents, from the MDP to your strategic plan to the work we do with the Ag Service Board. It's not an easy decision to make when you have to distill all these factors, but it is yours to make.
Great answer, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Melham, please.
Thank you, Reeve. MPC was brought up, so I figured I'd address as the chair of that particular committee. It was very, very split. We were down one member, so that's why we were able to have a split vote in general anyway. But there's a lot of factors at play, which you guys have obviously heard, and that made us have that split vote. I believe there was one other motion that was made after that motion, however, and that was that MPC was wanting to graciously request that council direct them in to build a matrix to assist with making decisions in the future, that asked the Ag Department to actually build something that would make this less subjective, to actually have an idea of where the line is between ag, intensive ag, and obviously provincially legislated intensive ag, but to give us a better idea of what justifies these types of decisions so it's less arbitrary. So I believe that was a motion. We haven't ratified those minutes yet. That'll be next week, so we'll wait for them to be ratified. But I think that it would be in a very important policy-driven decision for us to look at the Ag Department doing something like that, if they can, because we didn't actually ask if they could. We just hope that they can to help us make some of those decisions, but I think it would be important. So just to give you an idea of how that conversation went.
Thank you for that. At this time, I would invite comments from any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Sorry, I was skipping ahead a bit. Again, any comment from a member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, I will check with Mr. Clark if there were any written submissions in favor of the request.
Thank you, Reeve. There were 2 letters of support that were received in favor of the application from Lorraine Harold and Brett Steinberg. Letters were provided. The council have the chance to review those letters.
Councillor Graham, please.
Perhaps I missed them, but I don't remember receiving those letters.
Well, if not, I have no problem reading the letters so that council.
If you would, I think council would like to understand the content of their comments.
From Lorraine, I own the kitty corner to the Hepburns. I also rent the quarter directly north of their quarter. I do not have no real concerns at this time for their proposal to start a goat farm. They have always had good perimeter fencing on their quarter. I'm sure they have proper fencing to contain their goats. They have built beautiful barn to house them and have other shelter for them to use. Best of luck on your new adventure of goat farming. That's one letter. The other letter from Brett states, this is Brett Steinberg. Michelle Hepburn stopped in the other day and said she needed the neighbors to send a letter in regards to the goat business they're starting up the road. I have no problem with them moving goats or making any business of it. If there is any other question I need to answer, I'm happy to. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council? At this time, I would invite any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Again, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. And one final time, any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Seeing none, I would check with Mr. Clark if there were any written remarks or written submissions opposing the request.
Thank you, Reeve. No written submissions were, of opposition was received.
Thank you very much. And as I promised, I will let the applicants have the final word, if they would like to give any comments.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just wanted to add that I did go to see the other neighbors as well, Drew and Stacy Abernathy, live just down from us, and right next door is the Bradfords. And Abernathy have a parcel. Brett, who wrote a letter in, she has 5 acres there, and she has goats. So she was really in favor of these, and on 5 acres, just to let you know, she has about 30 goats on 5 acres. And does quite well with them, moving them around. So it's, it's nice to have the support around the community. Also, we do have cattle on our place every year. We lease out, and we have done that since we got out of the cattle business. And we've never used the top for the cattle. It's always the bottom part outside of those 26 acres. They'll come up and go right back down again. It's just because of, the dogs and the residents. And so that's, the rest of the land is still being used. We're still continuing to try to diversify and keep it as agriculture, as I mentioned last time we were in, and that was our full intention, is always to go full agriculture. That's why we bought up here. And within our retirement plan with our children, it is written in stone that they would never, ever get any of it unless it was agriculture. And we've never, whether it's taking the trees down and continuing on to get more pasture and whatever they decide to do. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, as far as goats, it's 70% of the goat consumed in Canada is imported. So, I mean, there's as the country's changing quite a bit, I mean, I've spent many, many years in the Middle East. So, I mean, a lot of people, goat is their first, not beef, not cattle, Same within Mexico, South America down there. But anywhere I've traveled and worked, I mean, I've noticed that beef is kind of second, actually third. You got lamb and goat and then beef.
Just in addition on the goat information too, the type of goats that we are getting are called Kiko goats, which do come from New Zealand, and they run about $900 a piece for a sire. So they're getting up there. It is an expensive venture. Your females are probably around $500-600, and that's registered, tattooed. You have to go through those whole same criteria as you would with cattle. So they are, inspected. It's really becoming a very controlled. It's starting to grow. It's more so in the East, but the East is starting to work with the West now to get it going here because of our land is so good.
Well, thank you. With that, I shall close the hearing. No motions will be entertained at this time.
Done?
So we move on in our agenda into section 5, which is planning and emergency services. Item 5.1, consideration of second and third reading, bylaw 1156/23 for application number 10/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And I again shall turn the floor across to Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. The purpose of bylaw 1156/23 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 714/01 to redesignate approximately 26 acres of Southeast 134106 west of the 5th from the agriculture district to the intensive ag district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendments, the applicants will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section. Once the lands have been subdivided, the owners will proceed with the proposed business operation on the approximate 26-acre intensive agricultural parcel. Please refer to the documents that have been attached in item 4.1 for further details on the application. At regular council meeting held on July 25th, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1156/23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration on the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1156/23. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. So what's before us here as council is to consider second and third readings to this land use or bylaw application to amend the land use. Questions, comments, or motions? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have been in an Islamic country at Eid, which is one of their traditional celebration times. I've seen the sheep and goat markets swell at that period. Not everyone in the world celebrates with a turkey dinner. So I think this is a strategic direction for you to take and to diversify our agricultural economy. I don't see any loss of agricultural production in this proposal. In fact, there might actually be more and probably easier to manage than grazing a whole quarter section. So I'm happy to make the motion that we council grant second reading to Bylaw 1156/23 to amend the land use bylaw.
Thank you for that motion. Comments, questions relating to that motion? Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, I've driven by their yard many times, and it is meticulous, and they're very, to me, very good stewards of agriculture. And I can appreciate the diversity of agriculture that they foresee and they understand. And so I will be supporting second reading, sorry.
Additional comments? Councillor Graham.
When I initially read the first reading package of this, I was a little skeptical until we came into the meeting and I heard the Hepburn's plan, and I feel that it fully fulfills the land use bylaw definition of intensive ag, and it's, I think, as mentioned already by a couple of people, it's goats are becoming more popular. If I had my way, there would be Charolais cattle in every field, but we need to diversify agriculture, and goats are pretty darn cute too. And another positive, as you guys mentioned, it's gonna bring their family back to Clearwater County, which I think is something that we all want here. We wanna have a family community, we want to have people here, we don't wanna just become a barren county. That would not be good, so I think that's another positive. And we also are always talking about how we want to have land designated to the proper designation, how the mountains are designated agriculture, and that's quite illogical. And this is a situation that we can designate it to what it's going to be used for, and I think that's another positive. And for those reasons, I will be supporting second reading.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Great comments, and I actually agree with all of them, with the exception of the subdivision of this afterwards. I agree, it should be zoned intensive agriculture, but it is going to be subdivided afterwards. I believe you said for estate planning purposes. The CRA is still available for this. The first parcel off is not taken off of this, and that can be used for estate planning if required. The fencing, you can still fence off 26 acres and leave the 160 as a whole. And still keep out the predation issues, et cetera, and not have the fragmentation of ag land. I 100% support their venture. I 100% support the goats, the goat operation, the warm blood horses, et cetera. And if this was just to do the land designation, absolutely, I would be all about it. But the land designation is for the purpose of subdivision, and unfortunately, will not be in favor of that today.
Thank you. Additional comments? Well, I certainly agree that this appears to be, really fits the definition of what we believe intensive agriculture is about. Ultimately, agriculture is to produce food for people and to utilize the land in its fullest way. So I will be supporting this application based on that. So, any additional comments? Seeing none, I will call the question then. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Takes us into consideration of third reading. Comments or questions or motions relating to that. Councillor Swanson.
I would be pleased to make the motion to support third reading.
Thank you. Questions, comments around third reading? Councillor Ratcliffe. Mystery light?
Mystery light.
Okay. Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I I disagree with Councillor Graham and Councillor Ratcliffe's comments. But I'd just like to request a recorded vote.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to reinforce my earlier comments that more and more immigrants coming into Canada are from Islamic countries. And like the Hepburns mentioned, a lot of the goat meat that population is looking for, that growing population is looking for, is imported. So I think it's great to be doing that right here in our own county. So I will also support third reading.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. And I will just comment too that I have contact that's with Middle Eastern descent and very interested in the ability to source goat meat here. It's difficult. So I see it as being a great venture and certainly intensive work around raising goats for those purposes for sure. So I will be, of course, supporting third reading as well. Additional comments, questions before I call the motion before us? All right, all those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. All right, thank you for joining us, folks. Just looking at the clock on the wall, let's move forward. I believe we'll be joined by Mr. Bisson in a minute or two here, but this will be the next item, which is item 5.2. First reading of bylaw 1158/23 for application number 1223, and that's to amend the land use bylaw. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Bisson, and I'll turn the floor across to you to introduce this item.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good morning, Council. So I'm joined here today with Gordon Saunders, the owner of the Northeast 30-34-4 west of the 5th, which contains 153.08 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture District A and is located approximately 11 miles northeast of the town of Sundre in the James River Bridge area. The landowners have made application to redesignate 12.20 acres located in the southeast corner of the quarter section from ag to country residence agricultural. The remaining 140.88 acres of the quarter would remain under the ag land use district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to a 12.2 acre CRA parcel. The proposed undeveloped 12.2 acre parcel is heavily treed on the east side of the proposed parcel adjacent to the road. The west portion of the proposed parcel is cleared farmland. Access to the proposed parcel will be obtained from a new access off of Range Road 4-5 adjacent to the east property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from an existing access off of Range Road 4-5. The landowners have made application to amend the land use bylaw to be able to subdivide off the proposed undeveloped parcel. The reason the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum acceptable lot size is because the land located in the southeast corner of the quarter is more conducive together as a 12.2 acre parcel than it is if it were to remain with the remainder of the quarter section. The landowner also lists property succession, tax planning, and estate planning as additional reasons for making application. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is present to speak to the proposal. So as we go through the planning policies, we look at the county's Municipal Development Plan 2023. Section 4 of the MDP reminds us to consider the effects the proposal may have on groundwater and surface water. Section 5 reminds us to consider the impacts that the proposal may have on surrounding agricultural land. Section 6 covers some things that we must consider when it comes to creating a new parcel. Section 10 of the MDP covers off just some of the general rules when it comes to subdivision of the quarter section, like the number of parcels per quarter, maximum size, access. Section 11 gives us some things that we can request the applicants do as a condition of subdivision, for instance, road widening, upgrading of accesses, water and wastewater provisions. They need to meet provincial standards. Section 14.2.4 through 14.2.9 gives us a few additional things to consider, as well, along with the option to request additional studies to help guide council when it comes to making a decision on the land use amendment. Section 14.2.10 and 14.2.16 deals with municipal reserves, when to take municipal reserves, how it's calculated, and how it's collected. We go into Clearwater County's land use bylaw. I've given the general purpose of the CRA district as well as the acceptable lot sizes. And finally, as we look at the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development, it just gives us a list of criteria that the province requires us to consider when it comes to creating a subdivision. So as we go into policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of a 12.2 acre parcel out of the southeast corner of the quarter section. The reason the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum acceptable lot size is because the land located in the southeast corner of the quarter is more conducive together than it is if it were to remain with the quarter. Access to the proposed parcel will be from a new approach off of Range Road 4-5. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title within the quarter section and would align with policies, MDP policy 10.2.2. MDP policy 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies, such as environmental assessment reports, to address the sensitivities of the subject property and adjacent lands. Public Works, Ag Services, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. Our recommendation is that Council consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1158-23 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I shall have to apologize. I should have started us off by a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Counselor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Counselor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
There's Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Gordon Sanders, applicant for application 12-23.
And welcome this morning, and thank you for being here. Ultimately, what's before us here is consideration of first reading. Questions or motions relating to that? Councillor Cermak, please.
Mr. Bisson, is there any certain studies that you would request for this particular application?
As far as studies go, I haven't actually been to the property as of yet. Once we go out and do our site inspection, I would have a better idea on studies to recommend if there were any. Typically on the creation of a single parcel like this, I wouldn't typically recommend anything. But I'd be happy to get back to you for during the public hearing on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Sanders. What's the prime agricultural activity on this quarter?
There's approximately 20 acres of hay production on the north, you see on the north portion of the quarter, and a small little field just north of the first parcel out on the map. This proposed subdivision does not affect the hay portion of it. Presently, there's 10 head cow-calf pairs on there, and with the year that we've had this year, he's pulled them out already, so it holds anywhere from 8 to 10 on a decent year. You'll see how the bulk of it is bush with some openings in it. That's the basic agricultural use right now.
Right, thank you.
Councillor Cermak, okay.
Just
a carryover. Do you have a follow-up, Councillor Ratcliffe?
No, I don't have a follow-up. I'd like to make a motion that we grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing on this application.
Okay, thank you for that motion. Any discussion related to that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. How's our time doing here? I think we can probably go to item 5.3 if, I don't know if Amber is available quite yet. We can take a break here though too. So why don't we, let's take a 15-minute break here and we'll come back to item 5.3 after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for rejoining us. We moved through our agenda of the day, and we are moving down to item 5.3. And I shall turn the, let's introduce the item. It's first reading of bylaw 1160-23 for application 1623 to amend the land use bylaw, redesignate plus or minus 7 acres on the southeast of 1538-7 5 West from A District 2, and I think we probably ran out of verbiage there, so, but we will start maybe with a round of introductions. I won't goof up twice, so we'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Welcome. And then we'll go to Councillor Northcott, please.
Absolutely. Good morning, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, Darrell Wahid, representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning and welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, representing Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Amber Williams, Development Officer.
Well, great. With that, I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Williams to outline this item, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Iron Consulting Limited, owned by Phyllis Ironside, currently holds title to the southwest of 1538-7 west of the 5th, containing more or less 153.97 acres in the agriculture district, and is located approximately 13 kilometers or 8 miles south of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Valerie Murray, on behalf of the landowner, is proposing to redesignate 7 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from the Ag District to the Country Residence Agricultural District, CRA. The 146.97 acres of the balance of the quarter section would remain under the Ag District. The proposed 7-acre parcel is partially developed with a shop and various ancillary buildings, consisting of a portion of the existing farmyard site. The remainder is developed with a residence, a shop, and various ancillary buildings. Legal and physical access can be obtained to the proposed parcel and the remainder off Range Road 7-3 or the Everdale Road, adjacent to the west property boundary. The landowner currently resides on the subject property north of the proposed parcel. Her granddaughter and family own the first parcel out in the northeast corner of the quarter section. Access to the first parcel and additional access to the remainder is off Township Road 38-2, adjacent to the south property boundary. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant, on behalf of the landowner, will proceed with an application to subdivide the 7-acre CRA parcel to create a separate title and become the third title within the quarter section. The proposed parcel is for the landowner's grandson and family. The proposed land use and subsequent subdivision would provide the landowner and their family with the opportunity for multi-generational farming on these lands. Surrounding land uses are agriculture and residential, with the Everdale subdivision northwest of the subject property across Everdale Road. The attached package provides further details on the proposed development. I'll give a brief description of what policies are included in the package. Please let me know if you'd like further clarification or more detail on any particular policy. The Municipal Development Plan in 2023 policies include Section 5.2.3, Subdivision and Development on Agricultural Land, is regarding evaluating ag land. Please see page 13 of the report for the farmland assessment map. Section 5.2.4 speaks to limiting infringements on agricultural operations. Section 6 outlines the general residential considerations such as suitable site, location, compatibility with the area, access and services such as water and wastewater. Section 10 discusses subdivision of land, providing opportunities for a variety of parcel sizes, location of a parcel within the quarter section, facilitating the creation of additional parcels to serve the needs of a growing population, and legal and physical access, the number of parcels permitted, specifically Section 10.2.4, that allows for council to consider a second parcel or third title from a quarter section, and the maximum size of 7 acres for a residential parcel unless otherwise deemed necessary. Section 11 is regarding water and wastewater services. Section 14 outlines the consideration for the redesignation, subdivision, and development, such as the impacts on traffic, environment, water and wastewater, natural capital, and agricultural land. adjacent land uses, and site suitability, to name a few. Section 14 discusses municipal reserves, which will be required for this parcel at the subdivision phase. The land use bylaw outlines the proposed land use district being country residence agricultural, CRA, and acceptable lot sizes. The Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development regulation, Section 9, outlines items to consider with respect to the land. In planning considerations, as per Section 10.2.4, a parcel that includes all or a portion of the existing farmstead, the size may be up to 7 acres unless otherwise deemed necessary. The applicant has indicated that 7 acres are sufficient to continue to develop the property with the residents and farm the balance of the quarter with the family. The impacts of this proposal on adjacent agriculture activities and residential uses are considered low. Should this proposal and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would align with MDP Policy 10.2.2 as the third title out of the quarter section. The proposed parcel meets the minimum requirement of 1 acre of developable area as per MDB Policy 6.2.3. Thank you.
Thank you. So the task before council is to consider first reading. We'll look for either a motion or for questions, comments. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, you're first.
Thank you, Reeve. In the northeast corner, is that a developed acreage or just?
It probably is now. It was approved last year for subdivision, so I don't have a recent aerial with it on there. Has Courtney put a home on there? No.
Okay. And they're doing a shop later this year, yeah.
Okay.
With plans for a house.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I'll go to my extreme left to Councillor Swanson and then back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
As we all know, that it is getting tougher and tougher for our young families to get established, and the family farm is truly becoming family. It is not just a single, the tasks get distributed throughout whether you have 1 child, 2 child, or 3 child. So I can see the opportunity to ensure that future generations are remaining on the land. So I will make a motion to go to first reading and proceed to a public hearing, and I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any additional questions, comments? Councillor Northcott, please.
I was just curious. I've in the past seen applications come through to have family members have an acreage, but I was just curious if there are any statistics, like how long I've seen properties that have been subdivided where there was an acreage and it was either sold or given to one of the children, and then statistically how long before that family member sells that acreage and it's no longer a family member that's living on that parcel. And I was just wondering if it truly really says support the family farm. I was just curious if there's any statistics to show that, like, how many years is it, on average sort of 4 years, and then the child that was originally intended for the family farm has sold it to someone else, or if it's 8 years or 10 years, or maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know. I was just curious if there's any statistics like that.
Not that I'm aware of. I could definitely talk to perhaps assessment or the economic development officer and see if there's something available for that information. People's needs change, so it's so hard to tell. I don't know if that's ever the intention is to sell or not. I can't really speak to that, to be honest, but I can definitely look into that for you.
Thanks. I was just curious if there was any of that information available.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to concur with Councillor Swanson's perspective on this, that this is a way to allow the previous generation of farmers to remain in place on the yard sites they've spent years developing, and to bring in another generation to carry on with that farming. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
I will be supporting this motion as well, and I appreciate that it's within the MDP's land amounts that we have in the MDP. I very much appreciate that. I guess I would speak to Councillor Northcott's question too from personal experience growing up. So the quarter that I grew up on, I was the 4th generation of my family on that particular quarter. And it was just like passed down family to family like many family farms are. And when I was 14, my grandpa passed away and my grandmother immediately sold everything. I came home from school, didn't know if I had a bed to sleep in that night. And I certainly would have appreciated having that peace of mind. So I can appreciate why people want to do this, having gone through that uncertainty and we don't like breaking up land, but I don't know, from my personal experience, I would have loved to not have that uncertainty growing up. So I can appreciate why people want to have their names and also to be able to build houses because you have to own the property to build a house and everything. So I will be supporting first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Northcott.
Actually, my comment is on, I would like to just say that I disagree with Councillor Rackeff's comment. I think that that does not support agriculture. It actually, it restricts many future generations, I think, from farming because it inflates the price of land so high that it will limit future generations to be able to buy land to farm it. So, yeah, that's all.
Any additional comments? We do have a motion before us. I shall call that motion then, or call that question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much for joining us today. That's it. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming. So we'll move forward. The next item will be item 5.4, and that is first reading of bylaw 1161/23 for application number 1323 to amend the land use bylaw. And if you're following along in your hymnal, it is 67, page 67. So I shall, we'll start with a round of introductions again. I'll get used to this yet, and we'll go to Councillor Graham.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, you?
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Senior Development Officer, and with me I have Michael Benz.
Welcome, and I shall turn the floor across to Ms. Bealey to introduce this item, please.
So this is for first reading of bylaw 116123 for application number 1323 to amend the land use bylaw. So Michael Benz holds title to the Northeast 21 36/6 containing 152 acres. The subject land is designated agricultural and is located approximately 1 mile north of Highway 54, west of the village of Caroline. The landowner has made application to redesignate 4.76 acres located in the northeast corner of the quarter section from the agricultural district to the country residence agricultural district. The remaining 148 acres would stay as its present designation being agricultural. So the proposed 4.76 developed CRA parcel contains a residence, various ancillary buildings and services. Access to the proposal exists off Range Road 6-3 adjacent to the east property boundary. The remainder of the quarter section has existing access to the north off of Township 36-4. There is a first parcel out subdivision taken out of the southeast corner as well. So the reason for the application is to create separate title to the existing yard site. The proposal is partially treed, gently rolling to relatively flat land, with the northern portion being a wetland. The reason for the subdivision is to separate the building site from the good farmland on the quarter. Surrounding land uses are mainly agricultural with some residential parcels in the area. So pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would then proceed to a subdivision application process to create separate title to the 4.76 acre parcel. So under planning direction, you guys are probably very familiar with this morning. From the municipal development plan, I've included section 4, which talks about the importance of protecting the water resources and addresses riparian buffers, wetlands, environmental sensitive areas. From section 5, it talks about subdivision of agricultural land, limiting infringements on agricultural operations. From section 6, residential development concerns, the compatibility with the rural area and the nearby agricultural operations. We've included provisions regarding buffer areas. Section 10 addresses the subdivision of land and the number of parcels that are permitted. Also addresses access and the location of the parcels that we're creating. Section 11 is in regards to your services. And section 14 is the redesignation, subdivision, and development of the land, where additional studies may be required, and it outlines what shall be considered when you're doing this. I've also included provisions regarding municipal reserves because this is the second parcel, so at the subdivision stage, they will likely be required, as well as policies regarding environmental reserves and environmental reserve easements. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the CRA district, just kind of outlining the purpose, appropriate uses, and size requirements. And from the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision and development regulations, section 9, which outlines what must be considered when you're subdividing land in conjunction with a subdivision application. So for policy consideration, the proposed redesignation is to allow the creation of the 4.76 acre parcel out of the northeast corner of the quarter section. This location limits infringements on surrounding agricultural operations, creating separate title to an existing yard site that encompasses a natural drainage area. So due to this wetland area, I did include a number of studies that address the environmental sensitive side of things. And then following our site inspection and comments that are circulated prior to the public hearing, we may remove or keep those policies in place. It does have existing access off of the Range Road 6-3, and it complies with the size and setback requirements of the CRA district. So if it's approved, it would be the third title from the quarter section, which also complies with the municipal development plan. Alberta Environment, Public Works, and Ag Services, along with other agencies and adjacent landowners, will have opportunity to comment on this at the referral stage. So with that, staff are recommending that council grant first reading to this bylaw and proceed to a public hearing. And I would be happy to clarify any policies or questions that you guys have.
Thank you very much. What's before council is consider granting first reading to this bylaw. The question I would have, the first parcel out, is that at the 7 acre size? Is that?
Do you know the size of the first
Or is it
parcel?
like?
It is 7 acres.
It is 7 acres, okay, fair enough, thank you. Questions from council or a motion?
Sorry, I should have probably known that.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was regards to the ag rating. Just want to confirm, the smaller the number, the less valuable ag land it is?
Correct.
Awesome. Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I have a question for the applicant. Is this your residence?
It was my uncle's residence, so he decided in the spring to move to Pincher Creek to be with his family. And we've been farming the quarter for, grandparents had the quarter, and we're just trying to keep on it. So I purchased the land to be able to keep farming it. I live on the quarter to the west.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If I may
If you wish.
continue, I would make the motion that council grant first reading to move to a public hearing for this application.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. We shall move through the agenda, and we will be moving down to item 5.5. If you follow along, it's on page 83, starts on page 83. And it's first reading of bylaw 1165/23 for application 18/23 to amend the land use bylaw. And I stretched that as long as I could, Ms. Gillum, but thank you for joining us.
Collect my stuff here.
So if you would, when you are ready, to
Okay.
introduce
Good
this
morning.
item, please.
All right, Clearwater County has an accepted offer to purchase from 1452982 Alberta Limited, who currently holds title to Plan 4142 AS Block 1, Lot 1 and 2, which is the highlighted area in the map here within Leslieville. And it contains approximately 0.18 acres of land. The subject land is currently designated Hamlet Commercial District, the subject property being in Leslieville. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has made application to redesignate the existing parcel from the Hamlet Commercial District to the Hamlet Residential District. The existing parcel is bare, undeveloped land. Access to the parcel is obtained from First Avenue, adjacent to the north property boundary, and 3rd Street, adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to create a public open space within the hamlet of Leslieville and for the construction of a playground. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly Hamlet Commercial and Hamlet Residential. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant will be present at the meeting to speak, which is Eric in this case. So I included some policy from the MDP regarding hamlets, and then also the goals. So encourage development within and around hamlets that is complementary to the function and character of the hamlet, and then focus infrastructure development and expansion within hamlets as a means to revitalize existing communities. And then Clearwater County encourages site and development improvements within the hamlets to enhance the amenity and livability of the hamlet. And Clearwater County encourages infill and redevelopment within hamlets for the use that strengthens the social and economic fabric of the hamlet. And then some policies that you are likely familiar with regarding redesignation, subdivision, and development due to the other applications this morning. So I included those as well. And then I've included from the land use bylaw, the Hamlet Residential District the purpose of this district is to permit and regulate residential development within hamlets. Although this is not specifically residential, playground is for the residential users, and that the listed uses within the Hamlet Residential District for discretionary is park and or public open space, and playground and or other outdoor recreation areas, which is why we're proposing to rezone to Hamlet Residential. And then I wanted to include some policies from the Leslieville Area Structure Plan. Obviously, we recently adopted that. So the objective for the general policies is to create a minimum framework for development within the hamlet of Leslieville area structure plan boundary. And these policies apply to the entire plan. All development within the hamlet and surrounding areas shall adhere to the regulations set forth within Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan and Land Use Bylaw. And that development that does not conform to the intent of the plan shall require an amendment to the ASP, and development shall be compatible to adjacent land uses and provide the appropriate buffering and interfaces to the satisfaction of the Development Authority. And then I've included some hamlet commercial policies, hamlet recreation policies, institutional policies, and parks and open space policies. They all kind of, the institutional ones are kind of relevant. They're generally the properties that are owned by Clearwater County, and then, of course, the school division and church. So providing for recreational opportunities for the area is part of those policies. So I'm just going to I just kind of breeze through them a bit. They're available there, but I'm going to go into the policy considerations.
The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the development of a park, a public park and playground. There's legal and physical access to the existing parcel via the First Avenue and Third Street. The proposed plan conforms to the discretionary uses listed in the land use bylaw for the Hamlet Residential District. The proposal complies with the MDP Policy 9.2.1 in that it will enhance the amenity and livability of the hamlet. Although the proposal does not fully comply with the Leslieville ASP, the intent is met. During the ASP process, land was mapped directly north of these lots for parks and open space. Clearwater County Public Works has worked to acquire the subject lands for that proposed use. 3.4.9C of the Leslieville ASP indicates that current and future land uses within Leslieville should include public buildings and services to ensure a variety of services are offered to the community. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent hamlet commercial and hamlet residential lots and feel that a development of this nature would only enhance the nature of the hamlet and create a central area for community connection. Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1165-23 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you very much. I'll go to Councillor Graham first. Of course, the task before council here is to consider first readings. Any questions relating to that eventuality would be terrific.
I do not have a question, but I wanted to thank Director Hansen for making this happen. I am so excited to see this come into reality. I think it's going to be such a great asset to the community, and I would like to happily make a motion to grant first reading.
Thank you. And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm also very excited about this project. I do have a question though. The other parks and green areas in the region are zoned differently, or at least it looks like that on the map, whether that be parks and open spaces or hamlet recreation or MR historically has been used for green spaces. I'm just can you explain why HR and not one of the other ones?
Yeah, so thank you, Tracy. So in some of the other areas, even though like in the ASP drawing, it's indicating like how it's used, it's not necessarily how those properties are zoned. It depends on like the county, like if they own it, they could be operating it under a variety of zonings. I can't even remember what the county's fire building is zoned to, like it might be institutional, I believe. But then they're gonna be putting the park area in the back and then the school district and things like that. In this case, the Hamlet residential, we looked at MR, but the MR is very specific about what you can use it for. And it's more so for like public, like an open space, but they're considering using it, the areas, you know, like an open space, but possibly developing it with buildings or like a gazebo or something. And you're really limited if it's MR to be able to put structures on them. So which is why we opted to go the Hamlet residential route.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I was just very confused because like a lot of other places have institutional or MR or the various other colors on this particular map. So
and it just the uses within the district, the way the land use bylaw is currently written, it fits the best in this district for the intent of the property.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I guess just a further to that question, so in a Hamlet commercial district, a playground is not permitted?
No, it's not a use that's listed, so.
Okay, that's.
Because in theory, like, I mean, I suppose we could have made amendments to land use bylaw to add playgrounds to the Hamlet commercial too, but, yeah, because we're, you know, looking at reviewing the land use bylaw, then maybe some of those things can be considered in the future.
So if somebody was entertaining a commercial venture which was creating a playground, they would have to rezone a commercial property into...
Possibly, yeah, or like I said, you know, or apply to amend the land use bylaw to amend that district to allow a playground if the playground, you know, assists their business or is like, you know, subordinate to their business.
And we don't define water parks or any of those other kind of commercial
Park or
ventures
playground, that would probably fit under
recreational
that, yeah.
Oriented. Oh, well, that's maybe something we can deal with over the next number of months. That would be good, so. We do have a motion before us. Any additional questions relating to that motion? Councillor Cermak, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
The other little area that is in purple on that map on page 31, What is on that Hamlet recreation area?
That's where the Elks building is in the parking lot. So they thought that there could be further areas there as well. But that most people use the parking area for the community hall there. So they didn't really feel it would be practical maybe to put the park there. Eric might want to speak to that too. But and then also we would have the Elks, work with the Elks. But yeah, that's why they put it there, because they thought there could be, like, the Elks building is there and there could be possible further development of that property for a community use.
So the Elks own that property?
As far as I know, yeah.
Okay.
I know the invitation was there. I shall extend it as well if you wanted to speak to
No,
it at all.
I'll pick it up, I guess. The land investigation was completed by Ag and Community Services there over the course of last year, identified in budget this year. So the Elks conversation was had, that it lent itself well to the possibility of a potential park/open space. The conflict with that, of course, is the extensive amount of parking that's used in that area, and the utilization, it would be a conflicting use between a small children's playground and the amount of parking that's required for the community center and the Elks Hall. So that's why, and also it's privately owned. So we're looking forward to have a piece of property that would be county-owned that we could develop, and the visioning of this property, and that's, there again, to support what planning is recommended with the zoning, is that the visioning has not been completed for this area, and that's what would be taken on in the 2024 work plan. But really the Hamlet residential zoning provides the greatest flexibility to the type of visioning and what we can accomplish on this property. So MR does have some restrictions on what would be allowed. So, I agree that the Hamlet residential really opens up the ideas for the visioning, and then of course, discussion with council of how we can execute that plan. So I'll leave it at that.
And I think that was a very wise decision, not putting a park where there's parking lots. I mean, you don't need kids and cars in the same area when it is super busy there. Thanks for clearing that up for me.
Was I correct, if I remember correctly, it also, that lot backs onto a wooded escarpment or embankment that could have created some challenges perhaps in childcare and monitoring in the playground?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's a number of reasons why it's not the most ideal spot for a small children's playground.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, please.
Yes, I'll be supporting first reading and going to public hearing. I think it's very timely. There's a Leslieville Block Party this coming weekend, and I think the discussion with the public there and visioning that they can be involved with some of their ideas as well, I think that'll be, the timing is very good, so with that. So I think this community, we need to support the families that are living there, and they need some extra amenities, and I think this just helps create that great connection like you've mentioned. Thanks.
Great. Additional questions relating to the motion before us? If not, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for outlining the proposal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
We move forward through the agenda. I believe we move into item 5.6. And this is the land use bylaw rewrite. And again, if you're following along in your program, page 95 is where that starts. And I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Gillum again, I believe, for this one.
Thank you. Okay. So I have included a few attachments to this item, which hopefully maybe you have had a chance to review, as you'll likely want to discuss. But at the last council meeting on August 22nd, 2023, council approved administration to proceed with the land use bylaw rewrite project. As part of that project, administration is proposing to establish a council steering committee and a public advisory committee to offer continuous project guidance throughout its development. The expectation is that the two committees will convene during project peaks to offer input on the rewriting direction and to address specific emerging topics and concerns. Both the Council Steering Committee and the Public Advisory Committee will be governed by terms of reference, which set out the goals and expectations of each working group. Membership in the PAC will be voluntary, and the opportunity will be promoted from a duration of 2 weeks to attract interest and collect applications from potential candidates. From the received applications, administration will review and make recommendations to council to select the most suitable candidates to constitute the committee, and council will adopt the members. We also will be having our kickoff events at the end of the month, and we will be promoting those committees at those events as well to try to get participation. So to draw from user groups possessing a breadth of knowledge that covers several different industry sectors, it is anticipated that the PAC will include participants from the following areas of expertise for a total of 10 committee members, applications permitting: oil and gas, agriculture, home builder, developer, realty professional, tourism specialist, taxpayers association, 2 interested parties, members of the public, and 1 counselor and 1 alternate counselor. The council steering committee members will be made up of all members of council. Attached is the draft bylaw 116723 to create both committees and to adopt terms of reference for each committee. So the terms of reference are schedules A and B within that bylaw as proposed. So administration is requesting council review bylaw 116723 and the attached schedules A and B, and grant first reading, second reading, permission for third reading, and third reading. Sorry, and I did want to note, I missed removing something from the Public Advisory Committee terms of reference prior to sending it to council for the agenda item. There was a removal. I just want to find the old copy so I can remember here where I scratched it out. On the last page of the terms of reference, I did send Alana, so maybe she sent it to Tracy, the updated one. But under the committee membership and composition, but on the very last page of the document, I removed that the committee chair would be appointed by the members, because we have indicated under the committee meetings and processes that county administration will keep notes for the committee, but that we would also run the meetings. So we removed the chair part of it. So that was the change that I missed making, because I had made the change that we would run the meetings, but I forgot to move the chair comment, because we do have that in the council one. So just for clarification there, that's a change that I made there. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them if you haven't had a chance to review.
Councillor Graham?
I guess I had a few concerns with the Public Advisory Committee one. My first question is, hypothetically, if we do not get people applying from all these different sectors, are we just gonna accept members at large that, regardless of what they do, just so that we've filled all the seats? Or like, how important is it to have all of these sectors filled?
Yeah, I think the desire is just to try to get a variety of background and expertise, but at the same time, like, again, I mean, we did say that, like, depending on the applications received. So we do want a variety of people on there. So if we don't get someone from one of those, we could definitely have someone from just another member of the public to fill some positions to provide input. We were just kind of trying to desire to get a variety of people that, you know, might be working with this document to see, to provide input on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
My next question, if it's okay, if I continue.
Go ahead, I don't see any other lights on.
So it's in regard to the matrix, and I'm on page 104 of 140, if you guys are wondering where I'm looking here. I do have some concerns with this being the location of the resident. I understand wanting to have people from throughout the entire county, but I don't know how much weight we have to put on that. I'd rather have people who are like more qualified, I guess, than depending on where they live in the county, and then the length of time living in the area. I also don't like that part being in there, because I don't think that because someone is new to the area means that they have less value. So I would personally like to see both of those things removed. I don't love the whole matrix to begin with, personally. I like when we can decide based on just reading their, I don't know how the rest of council feels, maybe I'm crazy here, but I don't know, I just didn't love how that stood out. And then I just wanted to ask too, because it says that administration and the consultants will review and the submitted applications and like tell us who kind of.
Recommend,
Yeah,
yeah.
recommend, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we still get to see all the applications?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, Tracy might be able to clarify like how that, because it'll be during your, the board selection, council meeting. Ooh, got my hair caught.
Okay, so it'll be just like every other board?
Yeah, but as far as I know, like, we basically, like, would provide all the applications to you, but, staff would just have reviewed them previously and made recommendations on who we, feel like if they would meet some of those criteria for, like, if they're oil and gas or home builder, we'd be like, this person meets, you know, they're from this industry, they might be a good person to select for the committee.
Is the matrix then for you guys then, not us?
Yeah, it's more for us to help kind of like narrow down, and the location of the, like, I suppose we can maybe make it more specific if that would help, or more general, the location of the resident address, maybe it's more so that if they are like if they are a resident, I think something of that nature. And yeah, I'd have to talk to Liz, I guess, she's the one that kind of created it, but I was like, okay, it gives us a little bit of something to kind of narrow down the experience. People have lived here longer, maybe they know how the existing land use bylaw has been operated, whereas somebody new might be less familiar with it. But it doesn't mean that we have to use that, though,
Okay,
if there's concerns.
They just concern me a little, so I wanted to bring them up.
Would I be correct in assuming this matrix would only come into play if we had multiple applicants for the same positions? So
Correct.
if we were short of positions anyway, you're not going to
No, yeah.
kick
We
anybody
just
out
kind of
for
want
showing an
people, yeah, so it was like if we had, you know, 3 realtors, put in an application, like maybe some of those things might be, if they're a realtor from, you know, Calgary area or Sundre area, we obviously would likely pick somebody that's local.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand the concept of the matrix better that way than I do just using it.
Yeah, yeah, we definitely want participants, so if we don't
Yeah,
get a lot of
so-
people putting things in, we're not gonna be like, no, because you don't fit in with something. It's just to help us like narrow it down if we have a lot of applicants.
And I anticipate there's quite a bit of work and energy that goes into being in this committee. And so, yeah, I don't imagine there's gonna be hundreds of applicants. It's gonna be a fairly narrow field, so I don't think we wanna exclude anybody really from that process. But ideally, I can see that being an important consideration. Additional questions? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It says there'll be 5 planned meetings. The land use bylaw is massive. So I would anticipate 5, you would need significantly more, I would think, and I'm hoping that there's gonna be some flexibility in there. I know it says scheduled, so hopefully that means that'll be the minimum. But this is a lot of information to absorb, and if you're doing chunks of the land, large chunks of the LUB in each meeting, that's a lot. So I understand it's also to solicit targeted input. I would rather have them have a say on, or have an insight into the entire document, not just targeted pieces of the document. So I think we'll need more than 5 personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, we just know that there's gonna be 5 stages where we for sure will need to have stuff, but things will come up there. But we were just trying to like narrow down specifically, it's like, we're going to for sure have at least this many. There likely will be more. I mean, and the targeted thing is, you know, the land use bylaw, obviously we're rewriting the whole document, but there are certain things that we will be concentrating on that we know have issues, such as maybe definitions, we need to add more of those, or alter the existing ones for clarification, things like that. But yeah, the entire document would be presented to them for review.
Follow-up?
Please.
Obviously, not everybody is going to be as well-versed in this legislation as others. Is there going to be a training day to help people understand the hierarchy of land use planning and law, so that they understand that we're not necessarily putting in a bylaw because we would like to see it, we're putting in that particular land use bylaw because it's a requirement of the province or the federal government or whatever? Is there gonna be an education opportunity?
I think that would be kind of part of the kickoff committee introduction meeting. It's just explaining like what the document is and what their duties are and what needs to be involved and like what we're hoping to get out of the whole process and their involvement in that.
Okay. Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson.
I like that you've covered a lot of bases, and in reading this, actually, I did talk to another counselor last week from a different area, because they have reviewed their land use bylaw for the last year, and they had indicated that in their public, or their steering committee with regards to public members, they actually tasked them to go out and petition their fellow residents in regards to their issues, and it helps planning and the consultant actually expedite the process a lot, because it got to the heart of what some of the people were maybe wanting to change. This document is old. I appreciate that this is going to be onerous over the next 17 months. So in that regard, I'll be pleased to pass first reading.
Okay, so if I can, asking administration, there's a number of things here. Do we need this just as one motion or multiple motions? What would work best for administration? Because there's two terms of references, two groups of, you know.
Terms of
committees.
reference are attached to the bylaw, so it just depends on, based on Sydney's comments and things like that, if you want to make amendments to the terms of reference that I proposed. Tracy might be able to help specifically with that, but the terms of reference are attached to the bylaw, so in theory, if you approve the bylaw, you approve the attached terms of reference.
Councillor Graham?
If it helps at all, I'm comfortable to proceed with how it's in there, when it's knowing that it works like all the other committees from a council standpoint.
So then, looking to Tracy Lynn, one motion for this item, or do we need multiples? You just tell us what we need to do, and we have a willing counselor already to make such a motion, I believe.
Certainly, certainly. The staff recommendation is that council grant first, second, permission for third, and third reading of the bylaw. And as Ms. Gillam stated, the terms of reference are attached to the bylaw as Schedules A and Schedule B. So once council grants the three readings, that means that both schedules are also passed.
Thank you for that clarity. Is council clear with what the motion will, or the motion that Councillor Swanson has made? Is Councillor Swanson clear with the motion? Ultimately, that's to approve first reading of bylaw 1167/23. That's what's before us at the moment. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for the motion. I was curious if you wanted to change anything in it to more in line with what you had heard from the other council, or if you were comfortable with the way that it is.
Councillor Swanson?
Thank you for the question, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I believe in the initial bylaw, it does outline that there's a possibility of forming subcommittees within that. It doesn't say in the terms of reference for each of them, but it does in the initial LUB committee bylaw. I've read it there, so I'm fine with that. For sure.
If I may too, we do have in the Public Advisory Committee that they share comments and concerns received from other area landowners. So like our goal is to have them take information out to the community and bring information back from landowners that they speak with. Just as council would. Yeah.
Okay. Any additional questions relating to the motion before us? Not, I shall call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Again, the task before us, second reading. Would anybody be willing to make a motion to that effect? Councillor Graham, I saw her light first, perhaps.
I would happily make a motion for a second reading.
Okay. Discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. We need permission for third reading. Looking for a motion to that effect. Councillor Surmet. Oh, he's trying. There we go. I see a light.
I would like council to grant permission for third reading.
Thank you for that motion. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. And then ultimately we could look for a motion for third reading. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, perhaps?
Thank you, Reeve. Happily make the motion for a third reading.
Okay, and any final discussion? All those in favor then? And that is carried. Thank you very much for your help. Look forward to the next number of months. And smooth sailing, of course. Brings us to item 5.7. If you're following along in your program, that's page 106. And it is a notice of motion lobby regarding Nordeg policy priorities. And I think Ms. Haggard is going to lead us into this, and then there opportunity for good, healthy discussion after that. Ms. Haggard, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahi. Morning, members of council. Indeed, this was a notice of motion made at council's July 25th meeting by Councillor Ratcliffe. The motion, the notice of the motion was included in the agenda item. Administration did slightly reword the recommendation for the motion to clarify what we believed was the assumed intent of the notice of motion, and to make it more clear in terms of the actionable items that could flow out of that. There's some background on how the notice of motion came to be, as well as the reserve program that the RCMP has that was mentioned in that notice of motion. I need to amend what at the writing of time of the agenda, the staff sergeant position in Rocky Mountain House was interim. That is still the case, but I understand that there's been a verbal offer made to the existing interim. And so Staff Sergeant Stephanie Lessick was planning on coming to the September 26th meeting anyway to introduce herself to council. She's had to push that into October, so I just wanted to amend that she will be coming, but it will be a little bit later in the fall. And I'll turn it back to council in terms of discussing the staff recommendations, which were the understood intent of the notice of motion, but just that there's a few things we could discuss with the detachment commander at the October meeting or sooner. Administratively, we did meet last week. The CAO and emergency services staff and myself met and talked about some local issues that we've heard council speak to. And certainly that could be passed along by council at that October meeting. And a few items are noted in terms of the notice of motion that could be discussed as part of the process. And then the secondary piece was the opportunity, if we're looking for increase in staffing numbers, that's something that should go to perhaps K Division and the RMA. So just kind of splitting out the intent of that notice of motion as we understood it. So I will turn that back to council for discussion.
Thank you very much. And I see a number of lights. Maybe I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe first, because it was something you set the seeds for.
All right, first I have a question. How often do our CPOs patrol that area? How frequently are we already having service there?
So from a community peace officer perspective, I would say more so in the high season or peak season, so between May and September. Perhaps less so in the non-peak seasons. And it would be not a regular rotation like once a week, but infrequent. It would be my suggestion, just because of the large scope of the municipality and how many roads and places they need to travel to get through all of our multi-lot subdivisions.
Would that ever be on weekends?
Yes. Yes, absolutely. I've actually was at the canteen having French fries. I happened to see one of them drive by me while I was there on a Saturday, so definitely yes.
Okay. All right. Continuing on then, if I may. Okay, another question for clarification. Is police service in Nordeg within the existing contract we have with the RCMP?
Serving the community of Nordeg, yes, but having a police service per se is not my understanding of the provincial agreement. We don't have an agreement with the RCMP, but it would be the province's agreement. Based on what I heard the former staff sergeant say when they were in Nordeg in terms of the calls for service, the number in the actual hamlet was fairly low. And again, those were the 2022 stats. But the calls to the area are larger. So the way they do their stats are based on municipalities. So for us, it would be Clearwater County, maybe not specific to within the hamlet of Nordeg per se.
Same for Rocky Mountain House and other municipalities within our municipal jurisdiction. So they separate their data a little differently. And certainly that's something when they provide their quarterly reporting, we could ask for more detail related to Nordegg if council so wished, if that was the case. I know they provided it in that public meeting they did last year to the community. So that's one thing we could ask. I think that would maybe be something that they could provide, but as it stands, when they give us information, it's typically just for the municipality as a whole. And did that answer your question, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I was coming from the perspective of our county taxpayers paying for a service that in Nordegg they're not receiving equally to the rest of the county.
Yeah, I would ask that question of the detachment commander to get the stats for you. I wouldn't have that information.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe I'll give someone else a chance to speak.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. When we were out in Nordegg at the public event we did where we took questions from the audience, etc. Afterwards, I was asked about this specifically as well. Policing in general, but then particularly about retired RCMP or Calgary police, etc., that are willing to help in the area, but they would really want to just help in the greater Nordegg area, not necessarily be then a tool for deployment across the entire region. So I think that this is very poignant, and they have done it before. That one of the officers had done it years in the past, so I think that it would be a great opportunity. Secondly, the staff recommendation, there's two different ones, but I would love to see both, so I'm hoping we can do both, and it's not one or the other, it can be both. And I'd love to add, and I think it'd be poignant with our resolution, with talking to them about the police advisory committees that were supposed to be taking place, so I'd love that. The council talked to K Division regarding their views on that, and RPAC. I'd like to ensure that we talk to them about that too, because it's my understanding that we were due for a second RPAC team, and that was removed and sent to another area. And I'd like the opportunity to lobby for our residents to get back that second RPAC team, and to look towards the policing in our community in general with K Division and how they deploy search and rescue within Clearwater County, as search and rescue is under the RCMP's mandate. So I think those are just a few of the things we can talk to K Division about and our new staff sergeant, but I have more of a list, but you said 3 and I kind of made it 4 already.
Yes, and I appreciate Tracy. She assisted with that because it was kind of a combination agenda item creation, and that was added just because of the time at the RMA convention, that they're limited to that short window of time. So they want to have 3 of the most important issues for municipalities to discuss. So you did list 3. So and certainly council could choose to make whichever resolutions that they wished from this notice of motion.
And I'll go back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I also have heard many comments from the community wanting this service more on a regular basis. From a number of people, I heard that they have called for service and been told that, it's just too far for them to come to respond for that situation. So, they're definitely getting a lower level of support. And just to have a car patrol helps keep the Airbnb people a little calmer, and traffic as well. So I think it's important to have more service in that area, and to also keep the highway from becoming too much of a racetrack as well. So do we need a motion?
We could have up to 2 motions or more even. There's no limit on the number of motions we can have. If anybody would be willing to make such a motion.
Sorry,
I shall go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would motion that council lobby RCMP K Division at the Rural Municipalities of Alberta convention regarding the Police Advisory Committee, Greater Clearwater Areas RPAC team, and STAR deployment.
Thank you for that motion. Discussion. Seeing none, I shall call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Any additional motions on this item? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Yes, I'd like to thank Director Haggard for putting together such a well-considered logical approach here. And I would move that council request administration to approach the detachment staff sergeant about increasing police service in the Nordegg area.
Okay. Did we capture that motion? Good. Any discussion relating to that? Okay, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Any additional motions on this item? Seeing none, well, thank you very much for presenting, and we shall move on to the next part of our agenda. We will, of course, we have a delegation coming at 1. We shall skip into 7, which is corporate services, and I believe Ms. Serhan is going to introduce this item, and so I guess a Beach Boys song comes to mind. Help me, Rhonda.
Boy, I haven't heard that before.
Not from me, and it'll be the only time you hear it.
Well, good morning, council. So before you this morning, I have an item about the allocation of the additional tax revenue that was generated, if you recall, during the tax rate bylaw item for the increased assessment in the industrial assessment class. It was approximately $4.8 million, and at that time, council decided to table this until they had a chance to discuss at their strategic planning meeting in June, where the following recommendations have been made from the strategic planning committee to council to put those surplus funds into $1 million into the vehicle and equipment restricted surplus, $1 million into facilities, $1.8 million into core infrastructure, $500,000 into the landfill, cell development, and $500,000 into the paving restricted surplus accounts. In addition to that, on Monday, September 18th, the Strategic Planning Committee will be meeting to discuss the draft 10-year capital plan that will be before council in December. And this restricted surplus accounts will be in the forefront of any decisions that will be made moving forward from there. So again, this is just for this point in time, and changes can be made at council's discretion based on recommendations from the Strategic Planning Committee at any time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Questions from council? If not, there was a specific recommendation to allocate the surplus in a fashion described in this item. If anybody be willing to make a motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have a question.
Yes.
I would like to see us have some funds ready to do some development in Caroline if that becomes part of the county, and also potentially to accelerate development in Nordegg. Would that be potentially included in this list? Would that be like core infrastructure?
The core infrastructure is only focused on the solid waste, the water infrastructure, and any infrastructure that's not currently a part, has its own restricted surplus account. But the Caroline development idea or project is on the agenda to be discussed on Monday. Nordegg development will be discussed at a later time, I believe in October. So.
And we could allocate funds at that time.
Yes, at any time, council can reallocate from any of the restricted surplus accounts into they can create a new one or reallocate into one of the existing ones.
If you have a supplementary,
I was gonna motion.
okay, please go ahead if
Okay.
you feel.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
In that case, I would like to make the motion that council allocate the additional surplus funds to be generated as recommended by the Strategic Planning Committee and as outlined by administration in this agenda item.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion on that motion? I know Councillor Cermak, your light's on, or sorry, am I, no? Any additional discussion? Do you want it more Ms. Serhan?
Yes, so that council allocates 4.8 million in restricted surplus into it from 2023 revenue into the following restricted surplus accounts. Right, yeah, and it should be unrestricted on the top line there, Tracy. Thank you. Surplus accounts.
Maybe while we're doing that, I would have a question.
Yes.
Typically, we have, these things sit in unrestricted surplus. What is we need to move that into a restricted surplus fairly rapidly? Is that as we realize a surplus, we want to move it into a restricted surplus?
We do want to be transparent, or council wants to be transparent in how they are setting aside funds for future projects, just to be, you know, open with what projects are being planned and the additional funds being spent on.
Thank you for that. Mr. Hagan maybe has something to add?
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, council. I agree with Serhan's recommendation. And in addition, just to outline that essentially this resolution, if passed, will bring our budget back into balance. So when the tax rate bylaw was passed, that additional revenue that Ms. Serhan referred to essentially threw us out of balance in that bigger picture of our budget, to the positive, mind you. But what this shows is that decision to transfer to restricted surplus brings us back into balance.
Thank you so much. All right, have we captured much of that, those thoughts around this? Councillor
Thank you,
Cermak?
Tracy.
Yeah. Do we have a list of each of these, what we broke the mean down to get this total? Do we have a list for the facilities that we're doing, the core infrastructure?
They are in the 10-year capital plan. Yes.
So they're in there?
Yep.
Okay.
And again, that'll be brought forward to the Strategic Planning Committee on Monday, September 18th.
Sure.
To make any changes.
And as was mentioned, if our strategic priorities change at any time, we can reallocate funds to a more appropriate restricted surplus. I believe at a motion of council. So anyway, Councillor Swanson.
In regards to, and I'm going to ask this question ahead of time, in regards to our strategic planning meeting, as Councillor Cermak has referred to, there would be more details in regards to these breakdowns, and we would be making decisions in regards to the 2024 budget.
Correct.
Or as a draft. Have we, will there be included in this coming up, will there be included any grants, et cetera, that we've received? Like, that's all accounted for in the 2023, I understand from 2022, but going forward too, as far as grants that are coming down the loo? And I'm thinking of the new LGFF, things like that. Like, will we have a better idea at that time what the province is coming, or we'll have to wait until the new year?
No, we do have a fairly good idea of what is coming in the future annually for grant funding from the province and the federal government. Unfortunately, it's just small. They've been decreasing. It's gone from, 5 or 6 grants every year, and then over the years, the provincial government has actually combined them, and now they're calling them a different name and then reducing the amount that they give. So, yeah, we definitely have identified what is probable for grant funding for those grants. There's still the federal gas tax fund, but it's called community infrastructure or community, I'm just struggling. I'll send the new name of that fund out. That one hasn't changed. The amount's still the same. And the LGF that came from the MSI funds that actually incorporated I think there was a road grant that was coming and the bridge funding and all of that. They've just kind of rolled into one grant. And yeah, we definitely will have that information available for you on Monday.
All right, so we have a motion before us. Any additional questions, clarity are needed around this? If not, I call the question. Oh, sorry, Councillor Graham?
Are we voting on that motion, or are we gonna reword it to this motion, or are they two separate motions with different?
I think this is the motion before us, correct?
Okay. I wasn't sure if it had to be reworded, but if.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just trying to say that is the intention of the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your help. See ya. So we move forward through the agenda. Item 8, Agriculture and Community Service, and we're joined by Mr. Martinson, who shall introduce item 8.1, Agriculture and Community Services Staff Appointments. If you're following in your program, page 115.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning again. We often bring council these appointments. More often than not, they come in the spring, and they're relative to the seasonal staff that we onboard. From time to time, with less duration than every spring, we have to do some housekeeping, and often they're sort of in conjunction with the auditing cycles we get from Alberta Agriculture, which we're kind of right in the middle of right now. So that's why we're seeing it twice this year, which, isn't common, but happens. And as I lay out in the agenda item, there's various acts that we have to administer, and they need both seasonal and full-time staff. The seasonal staff are our boots on the ground, and they're out talking directly with landowners and farmers. The full-time staff are those that are organizing those crews or handling some of the more robust scenarios or contentious scenarios, and of course doing the paperwork and filing our reports and things. So I've laid out all 4 of the acts, and I've laid out all the staff. There is 4 motions to make. I'll leave it at that. If you want more detail about a specific act or operation, I'd be happy to answer anything specifically. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinson. And so these specific 4 motions would be for a term of employment, correct? So it's not going to be an annual thing. It's a once and done kind of thing?
That's correct, yeah. Now, my last appointment was a long time ago, and so I haven't not been appointed all this time, but for record keeping and when we submit our audit reports, it just looks a little bit better, and it's easier for staff to bundle it all up when we have these appointments kind of freshened up, if you will. So it's always been business as usual. This is just a kind of record-keeping administrative task, and just to confirm we are in compliance with everything we need to be in compliance in.
Tracy Lynn?
And if I may add to what Mr. Martin just said, there's a possibility that these appointments will be added to the annual organizational meeting, so that for, just like you said, for ease of administrative record keeping, it's at the fingertips and documented annually.
Sure, that sounds very appropriate. Ultimately, looking to council for these motions to come forward. Councillor Graham?
I would like to make a motion that council pursuant to the section 8 subsection 1 of the Agricultural Service Board Act appoints Matthew Martinson as agricultural fieldman for the duration of his employment with Clearwater County.
Thank you for that. Discussion on that item at all? Okay, all in favor then? And that is carried. Anyone else willing to make a motion? Councillor Swanson, please.
Sure. The council pursuant of section 7, subsection 1 of the Weed Control Act appoints Anna Marie Bertnoli, Bettina Van Nudrik, I'm going to butcher that, Curtis Strong, Danielle Enns, Ross Shelbert, Shelley, and Brady Klutz, and Matt Martinson as inspectors for the duration of their employment with Clearwater County.
Thank you for that. Discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Additional motions. Councillor Graham, please.
I would like to make a motion that council pursuant to section 10 subsection 1 of the Agricultural Pest Act appoints Anne Marie Bertnoli, Bettina Van Newkirk, Curtis Strong, Danielle Enns, Ross Chudley, Brady Couts, and Matthew Martinson as inspectors for the duration of their employment with Clearwater County.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. And perhaps one more motion. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I move that council pursuant to section 15/1A of the Soil Conservation Act appoints Anne Marie Bertnoli, Bettina Van Newkirk, Curtis Strong, Daniel Enns, Ross Chudley, Brady Coots, and Matthew Martinson as soil conservation officers for the duration of their employment with Clearwater County.
Thank you for that motion. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Thank you for that item. Takes us to section 9 and the CAO office. So a council photo project, and that's item 9.1, and I may go across the room to Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. Good morning, council. So the staff recommendation before council is that council provides direction to administration regarding the scheduling of a council photo shoot at the Tauntaun Bridge in September 2023 and usage of the photo. So the background behind this, council indicated interest in having a council photo shoot in recognition of the completed Tauntaun construction project. The project was jointly funded by the province as part of the Rocky Nordig Trail project started in 2009. Clearwater County received $920,000 in funding from the Alberta Environment and Parks to construct trail improvements from Saunders to Harlech, including the Tauntaun Trestle Bridge. To date, it is unknown as to when or if the province will undertake a grand opening for the bridge. Last communication with the province took place last year in May, and the ministry at the time. Alberta Environment and Parks informed administration that they would contact administration with details and communication materials for the event. Administration is in the process of planning logistics for the photo shoot, which includes coordinating staff resources, equipment, transportation, and other services, approximately $10,000 to $15,000 internal costs, and asked for direction regarding potential dates for the event. Administration received approval from the province to close the trail any date in September, other than weekends, Mondays and Fridays. Now that there will be 2 official council photos, administration also asked council provide direction regarding the usage of the new photo for media publications such as council Christmas greeting advertisements, county highlight newsletters, social media, etc. I turn it over to council for discussion.
Thank you very much for that. I see Councillor, or Deputy Reeve Melhoff's light is on first, so I'll swing the floor to her.
Awesome, thank you so much. Very excited about this. We've been asking for this for a long, long time. I am curious though, like, this is now an official motion, obviously. We've been asking for a year and a half. Why wasn't it brought as an official motion a year and a half ago so that resources could be allocated and we could do it then?
So thank you for the question, Steve Melhoff. If Mr. Martins has anything to add, but I will do my best. It was a bit of a wait game for administration. This is not our trail, it's not our trestle. It is provincially owned and managed. We were only a partner in the construction of. So it was truly coordinating, communicating, discussing with the province when the conversation went, when there would be ground opening to if. So it was a matter of dealing with a higher level of government on their infrastructure, and it just brought it today.
No, thank you, I appreciate that. Supplementary?
Go ahead.
Are we sending out invites then to the ministries that are associated with this as well? Understanding that, yeah, we're taking on this opening now, but it'd still be a great opportunity to meet with them if we send out those invitations.
So the way that we've planned and presented the structuring of this is it's a private council event. If we were to make invitations to ministry politicians and staff, that would be back to where we were when Alberta Environment and Parks told us to sort of back off. My words, not Tracy Lynn's, but you know, I was a part of those meetings. This is their bridge, it would be their function. So if we were to have a function on their bridge that we invited them to, that would be embarrassing to them and not our recommendation as far as how to manage that relationship between the province. So for what we're recommending is that if council wishes to do this photo, that it's a private event, and we've requested and received the ability for council to do that private event. If council wishes it, if that doesn't meet council's needs, we can go back to the drawing table and re-engage ministry staff and again ask them if they're willing to host something, but then we would leave it up to them, and we would likely miss the season. The other important thing to note is it would be inappropriate to have anything in July out there. So we have spring and we have fall for sort of eventing, if you will, and that's sort of what our recommendation is right now. Of course, whatever council wishes, we'll do our very best to accommodate.
Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I'm gonna be a bit of a Debbie Downer. I've really been looking forward to this, and I think the Tauntaun Bridge is wonderful to have in our community. I'm looking at the $10,000 to $15,000 for a picture. You know, we have a steady line of taxpayers out here paying their taxes, and I think if they were to hear that we spent that much money to get a picture on a bridge, they would be appalled. I'm curious if we could do something like we have a photographer that works here, and as her side job is a photographer, if we could send her out there and she could get some beautiful pictures, and we could have a media spread of the Tauntaun Bridge that's open and have it that way, and you know, maybe go to a community hall and celebrate it with the community, not just us going out there and getting a picture of ourselves. I don't think that's really beneficial for the community. If it was something that the people were all invited out there and everything, it might be different, but I don't know that I can support it with that price tag. I did not think it would be that expensive.
I guess a comment I would make is when this originally was proposed or thought of, I thought of a great way to promote a great facility within Clearwater County. I think it's kind of another hidden gem that we have here for many people, and I thought it was a great way to promote that. Little less enthusiastic about an additional council photo or official photo that is going to have a $15,000 price tag. that is a no-go for me. Ultimately, somehow to promote this facility, that was what I believed was important here, and I'm excited by promoting that. I'm excited to see it in person. 15 grand for a photo. I think we already have a pretty decent photo, and I'd look to council to see what they believe is the value and benefit for that money. So anyway, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
My feelings are very similar to what's already been expressed. Is, yeah, it'd be great to do this. It's something that we should brag about and display as much as we can. But again, looking at this from value to the taxpayer, unless we can find a way to reduce the cost, it's a tough decision. Yeah.
And Councillor Swanson?
I happened to be out at the Tauntaun Bridge about 10 days ago and actually took a group of 20 people out there. So it was a fantastic opportunity to showcase the infrastructure. Yes, I agree with my fellow councillors in regards to the price tag, but at the end of the day, I'm waiting for the province to call us back up and say, we're ready to do our grand opening and this is our pitch, and let them do accordingly. In the meantime, we as council, we can continue to promote it in our own circles and with our own residents and hopefully the tourism industry operators that are out there. But I believe the ball is in the province's courts, and I would gladly leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Reeve. Do you need a motion requesting our administration, an actual official motion then, requesting our administration to re-engage with the province to see if they can to accomplish this? We needed a motion for this. So do you need an official motion then to ask for re-engagement so you have official direction?
Mr. Emmons, perhaps?
I would suggest yes, just for clarity, Deputy Reeve.
Okay. Then I would happily make the motion that we direct administration to re-engage with the province on trying to set up a wonderful tribute to the collaborative Tauntaun project.
Thank you for that motion. Councillor Graham, I know your light was on before, so we'll let you speak to what you wanted to, or else speak to this
I think
motion.
it kind of relates to the motion, but I was just thinking it would be cool if we could do a photo contest for people who have been at the Tauntaun Bridge. If we want to bring acknowledgement to it and everything, that would be one way that we could more, in a cheaper way, do that. And I bet there are some incredible photos out there of it.
Mr. Martinson, I think, if you would.
I think we could have a discussion with our communications department, and certainly Director Hagan can weigh in. I don't want to commit to, anything they can or can't do, but I agree. I've seen lots of great pictures out there, and there's possibly something that we could a bit of a promotion or something that we could work with communications on that.
Thank you. And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just, I would like to see this happen. I'm just wondering what the major components of this, the estimated costs are. I'm sure it's not councillor salaries.
Well, I must say, though, everything that we do as a council, or as an administration, or as governance, costs, there is a dollar associated. It is, believe it or not, it's actually costing money for us to sit around this table right at this moment. And decision and governance does cost. Sometimes a good reminder when we see what some of those numbers are.
I can help identify some costs. Yes, council remuneration was built into that. I wouldn't call it a major part. Major part would be equipment to remove the barriers. So we need to remove the barriers to be able to access it. It's almost a mile in, so a little over a mile, I believe, 2K. So anytime we're gonna bring dignitaries in, on an organized council, we have to make sure they get in safely. We have egress if something happens, so, we wouldn't be ATVing all of council and staff in, they'd go in the van, so we'd have to remove the barricades. That requires the trail to be closed. Also for the safety of our staff and the safety of council, we need to manage traffic on both ends of the trail. That includes staff, because of working alone and the lack of cell phone service or any kind of radio service out there. We would need 2 staff on each end of the trail to manage that traffic. As well, we need to provide some sort of notification to trail users that it is going to be trail. If you left Nordegg and you had planned on going, and all of a sudden you hit a barricade and the trail is going to be closed for 2 hours, you'd be upset. So staff would have to be out a week or 2 before, setting up signs that says trail is closed. Also, as far as the distance to get out there and the logistics at getting meal and things to the location, all of those were more major components, staff time, equipment, vehicles, all that. And it seems like a big number. I mean, that's just a day, that's just another day in my world of sending equipment out to far-flung corners of this county and people and doing it safely and making sure they have communication. So it is a big number. We believe that's the number that we would need to send the resources out there to do it the county way. You know, some people would say, well, just skid that rock out of the way with a pickup truck. We do not have a safe work practice and job procedure for handling large pieces of riprap with a pickup truck. So we do have it for bobcats and loaders and things. So that would be the way that we would do it. Could it be done a different way? Probably, not a way that we do things here at the county. So yeah, I hope that's a reasonable synopsis, Councillor Ratcliffe, of what the costs are.
Yeah, thank you. I recognize it's more complex. I do know that if you give Councillor Cermak a club and a little white ball, he'll follow it for miles. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you for breaking that down, because I honestly envisioned hiking boots and the 2-kilometer hike. Like, I really think that we're all perfectly capable of making that hike. So I believe in you. I believe in you, Councillor Ratcliffe. I believe in you. We'll tape you up, you'll be fine. But I also understand that you have policies and procedures you need to follow. And perhaps if those are limiting, we can bring them back. And we can help change them to make them less limiting.
So Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, I think there's a difference, you know, from council accessing that bridge as members of the public, and then council going on that tour as county assets. And though I wished we had the clout and ability to instantly change OH&S and those types of rules around this table, because there'd be a long list of other things that I'd want to bring up. Unfortunately, we don't. And if staff's involved, then by law, myself and CAO Emmons and all the other leaders, the county must make sure that everybody's safe and that all risks have been assessed, analyzed, mitigated, or managed. Also, we have our reputation as well, and we don't want you know, this to have a negative reputational impact on the county's excellent work out there. It's a beautiful piece of infrastructure, as you all know, and why, you know, this is in theory a great thing to do. It's just a costly world we live in, unfortunately, no matter what way we look.
So I do believe we have a motion before us, and that was relating to lobbying the province to set a date and a place and a time, one of those things. Is that motion still on the table, of course? Are we willing to discuss that any further, or do we want to call that motion? Call a motion, all in favor then. And that is carried. That takes us to 9.2. Drop-in sessions with the councillor schedule. And that's on page 119. And I again turn the floor back to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Lahey and council. So the recommendation before council for consideration is that council provide administration with direction regarding the scheduling of council drop-in sessions. So last year, council carried the following resolution. Motion made by Councillor Jennifer Melhaff that council directs administration to schedule councillors on a weekly rotation for a trial period of 1 year from start at a salary basis for a 3-hour drop-in session with residents in the councillor's office beginning September 2022 to allow councillors and residents opportunity to additionally engage and discuss matters of interest. Now that the trial period is over, administration asks that council provide direction regarding continuation of the sessions, and if so, scheduling of future sessions. To date, administration has not received any public feedback on this initiative. The attached agenda report from June 14th, 2022 provides additional background. And if I may, before council discusses this too much further, if council does wish to continue, it would be administration's recommendation that this come to a conclusion January 1st, 2025. Administration's rationale behind this is the perception for transparency to our public, recognizing that that date forward, you can get into a platform for election year. So for that reason, we would recommend if council is considering going forward, that it would stop January 1st, 2025.
Okay. Thank you. Has the campaign ever stopped? Just kidding. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I'll let you, I think you were the most enthusiastic supporter of this session thing, so maybe if you want to share any of your feedback so far.
Yeah, it's most enthusiastic, so much so that I made the motion, and I have had a lot of good feedback on it. Many actually thanking council, all of us, for actually giving them the opportunity to have another way of reaching us. So I would love to see it continue. It doesn't cost the taxpayers anymore, as it's included in our salaries. It's not like it's a per diem thing, it's included. So I think it was and continues to be an opportunity for residents to reach out. Rather than it ending on June 25th, an amendment to that would be that it is paused through the election season and can restart up after said election if possible, because I don't want to see it die, because I think could continue being a very good opportunity for people. The new council can choose to kill it if they want.
Mr. Emmons?
Absolutely, that is up to council for discussion. I would suggest it might be clearer to have it stop on January 1st, 2025 for the election period, and it'd be up to a new council to re-engage rather than the negative. But
okay, so I might just share some of my, sorry.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
And if I could just add to Mr. Emmons' comment, should council wish to see this as being a long-term council activity, they may wish to consider creating a policy for this type of event.
Great, thank you. I'll just share a bit of my feedback before I go to my fellow councillors. I was not as enthusiastic with the turnout that I had in the first number of sessions. I probably ate 25 or so donuts myself for the first couple of them. But you know, with time, I think one of the last ones I was at, I stuck around till 1:30 talking with folks. So you know, getting through the lineup some days is more so than others. Maybe it's getting that as a function of our community coming and approaching council. I do see benefit in that. If it was only from my first experiences, I probably would have given it a big thumbs down, but where I'm at now, kind of twisting that thumb more to the up, and I look to the balance of council to really, you know, share their impressions and see if they believe there is true value to our community in going forward with this. So I know, Councillor Cermak, your light was on first, I think. And then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Well, I give it a thumbs down. In the year that I was there, I had 2 people drop in. People from my area do not want to drive 80-some kilometers one way when they can pick up the phone and talk to me. And that's what they do. So I think it's great for the ones that are close to here and have issues. I try to resolve mine on a phone call, and if I can't, I drive to the person's place and talk to them and go and see what the problem is. I like first-hand information and taking a look at the problem. Sitting in an office just doesn't give you that, so I give it a thumbs down.
Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
I would say that my experience is very similar to what the Reeve expressed, although I have always found it easy to get rid of the donuts in the office. Yes, at first I thought that this was not productive, that I had several sessions where no one showed up and I was able to catch up on a lot of work. But I would say more lately that I have had people, sometimes some waiting, drop in. More of the people that I talk to are saying, when is your next session in council? So the community is recognizing that this is an opportunity for them. I'm in favor of continuing the experiment.
And Councillor Graham, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
I would concur with you guys. I don't get a ton of people at mine, but the people who do come are very thankful and very gracious to have my ear and to be able to just drop in. It's a lot easier than scheduling something for them. They can just come in at some point in that day, and I think they appreciate that. I do have a question for Councillor Cermak. Would it be more beneficial for you if you could have yours in Caroline or by James River? So maybe we could adapt it so that, you know, you and Councillor Northcott, if he agrees as well, could have yours down there, and it's more valuable for your time.
And I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. Yeah, I don't support it. I didn't have, I had very little engagement with residents I had a few come in, but very, very few. The engagement that I mainly have with residents is either through phone calls or driving to their house. Whatever it is, I'll meet at the side of the field, the coffee place in Caroline, Rocky, doesn't matter really where, but showed very little engagement. But I also do see that maybe council's not remunerated for their time there, but there is additional cost with staff advertising and consume some staff time there for advertising, even the electronic advertising on the Clearwater County website and stuff like that. So there's additional time for staff members to do that, so it does have a cost to it. And I don't know, just a very ineffective use of my time personally. So I don't support it.
Councillor Swanson, I don't believe we've heard from you yet, and then I'll come back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yeah, in regards to this, I think this was a great initiative that we started, and especially with 5 new councillors out of 7, I think that was a way to let the rest of the county maybe meet you as well. I don't believe it's just for our division residents. I believe this is for any of the county residents to come and meet up with you and discuss different options. I know I had a few outside my division come and talk to me, and they were just interested in talking to a councillor, so it didn't matter if it was theirs or not. So I feel this is a slow start, but now that people understand that we're here and have an opportunity to don the doors of our office. I think it's great. And if we so choose to still hold other engagements, be it a hall or whatever else, that's still up to us to do. It's not necessarily stopping us from engaging with our residents in that on an informal basis. So for me, yeah, I would like to continue. I'd like to be this to be, for me, having it during business hours, for some people it is better because they have some other questions that they would like to maybe address to admin, and having admin available or being able to put an email to them, or I think it's great to bug the CAO down the hall, so we'll go from there. But I'm in favor of continuing.
Thank you. And I'll come back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve, for this opportunity for my second thoughts. Regarding the location of having these sessions, I would like to, a few times a year, have one in Nordegg where I can let the community know and meet with them that they're unlikely to drive to Rocky Mountain House just for that. So, you know, I would like council's support in doing that as well. Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson? And then I'll come back to the Deputy Reeves.
Very good point, Councillor Ratcliffe, and if I may suggest that you do attend the monthly Nordegg community meetings, and that may be an opportunity to utilize the better part of your day to have a councillor drop-in session before that meeting.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, and we have a beautiful public services building that you can do that out of in Nordegg. So, and there's a beautiful museum there too. Absolutely. I'll actually make the motion that we direct administration to build a policy for councillor drop-in sessions for future consideration to council.
Okay. Discussion on that motion. Tracy Lynn?
I'm sorry, could I have that motion repeated, please?
That we direct administration to build a policy for council's future consideration regarding drop-in sessions.
Okay. So just to clarify, a policy would only be needed if council wanted to have this as a forever event. If council just wanted to have this for this term, a policy wouldn't be necessary.
Okay.
Absolutely, and I think that it is something that can continue. And policy can be amended by future council said they don't, if they do not wish to continue with this communication strategy.
Okay. So we're going to have a discussion around that motion. Councillor Swanson, and then I'll come back to Councillor Northcott.
I like the idea of creating a policy, but as suggested in that policy, we would have to, it would have to be paused during the election cycle, to be cognizant of that, and also have opportunity for other area councillors that would wish to, for example, like Councillor Ratcliffe would like to go to Nordegg, and maybe Councillor Cermak and Northcott would like to, you know, meet in Caroline or in around that those areas, that we acknowledge the fact that I think the intent behind this is that we want to show some regularity of that we're out, showing the county residents, all of them, that we are out and we are willing to meet on a weekly basis, regardless of where it is, Nordegg, Caroline, here in this office. So I think that's the intent of the policy, is to ensure the continued.
And I'm going to go to Councillor Northcott.
I don't know, just on Councillor Swanson's comment there, I would say the large majority of this council really is truly willing to go wherever to meet with residents. I've talked about the unnecessary roles in society so I think this item here is creating it's creating an unnecessary role, additional workload, unneeded workload on staff, and I don't know. I do not support this.
Thank you, and I'll go to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Thanks, Councillor Swanson. I think those are wonderful suggestions to add into to make sure that a policy will have all of those as considerations when they're brought back. So I think that'll be fabulous. And to Councillor Northcott, I just welcome every opportunity for my residents to be able to access me, whether they phone me, email me, text me, or drop in. So I just love having another way to communicate with them.
Okay. I'm just going to play devil's advocate a little bit here too. I think one of the reasons that we've achieved the success we have with the drop-in session is a consistency, and a consistency of venues. I think it allows the public to recognize, oh, hey, there's a time I can meet with a counselor. It doesn't have to be a specific counselor, but it's going to be somebody there on that day, every day. And that consistency, I think, maybe has led to some of the success. If we start to branch it out, even though it would, I believe, would reach more people and reach them effectively, I think it takes away that consistency to this too. So again, playing devil's advocate just a little bit. And then, of course, if we are creating another venue, whether it's in Nordig or in Caroline, we don't necessarily have that facility without adding an additional cost, right, or availability. So it probably goes to a policy then, which things get more complex. The intent here was, I believe, to have a simple drop-in session where the public could have a consistent opportunity to engage with the council that helps makes governance decisions. And I think that's been the success we've had so far. I'm a little hesitant to make it more complex to meet some additional things. So, but I would love to see what comes forward in a policy, I guess. Having said that, any further discussion on the motion before us? Do we have clarity? I noticed some. Do we have clarity on what's before us? Sorry, Councillor Northcott, please.
I'd just like to request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote, again, yes. Okay, any further clarity needed on what's before us, which is essentially to bring back administration, to bring back a policy relating to the councillor drop-in sessions and define that a little more accurately and have council peruse that at that time. Okay. All those in favor then? And those opposed? That is carried. All right, that takes us to an appropriate time to break for lunch. We shall be back here for the delegation at 1 o'clock, please. Oh, do we need, so do we need a follow-up in the meantime to continue forward with what we have been doing? Or is it, that doesn't put
Yeah, do you need a follow-up motion that we can continue with the way that the drop-in structure, the way the drop-in sessions are structured now? Do you need a motion to that effect?
Sure, if that pleases council, because I doubt if there'll be a draft policy coming next council meeting.
Then I would make the motion that we continue with the drop-in sessions as previously structured till a policy can be created.
Okay, discussion on that motion? Councillor Swanson.
As I can understand that, some councillors may choose to not participate, I believe it is their prerogative to not participate. Although maybe our policy or an intent is to allow access to, or allow the full of council to participate in these drop-in sessions. If some councillors feel that they would, schedules arise, things can be canceled, but if they feel that they want to come in, I think it should be still a bit of an open door policy. The intent is to have someone in, and if you can't for whatever reason, and you'd like to ask another fellow councillor to be in your place, I think that's an opportunity as well. I know the short time, and as mentioned, we'll have to go till January 2025. lots of things pop up, whether it be conferences or whatever else, or other personal matters that happen. I think if you choose not to, or you can't for your circumstance, fulfill your drop-in session, you're more than welcome to ask another counselor to fill it for you.
And I'm sorry, I don't know which one of you two. I'm going to go to my right, and then I'll come to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I was just going to request a recorded vote again.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question about the motion, which is if that would prevent more appropriate locations being used, such as Nordaig or Caroline or James River.
Deputy Reed Milhoff, some
I,
feedback on
I
that?
don't believe so. It would just need communication.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any additional discussion, clarity needed? All those in favor then? Those opposed? That is carried. And we shall break for lunch. I'll be back at Well, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us this afternoon after our break. We move on through our agenda today, and we're to item 6.1, and this is a delegation from the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society, and I'm going to start with a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Good afternoon, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, I'm Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, good to see you both again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, Daryl Lougheed representing Division 3 and Reeve.
Welcome back. Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Hi, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good afternoon. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
I'm Grant Anderson. I'm the Vice President of the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society.
And I'm Rachel McAdam. I'm the president and one of the co-founders of the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We look forward to what you have to present to us. Please, I'll give you the floor and go right ahead with your presentation.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for having us. I think it's the third time maybe we've been in front of council to talk about the Rocky Mountain Bike Park, and we're still fundraising, still going, still lots of support from the community. About 1,100 members on the pump track.
The Facebook
group page.
Yep, so lots of support there.
Let's go to the first slide there. Maybe. There we go. So just some key accomplishments there that we thought we would highlight. Rachel did talk to Jason Nixon and got some strong support from him because we're putting in a CFEP grant application for about $700,000. And so we're really hoping that his support with that also will help us move towards getting that. That also ties into the county and the town supporting us because that'll help with the CFEP grant, of course, also. We've been working on Alberta Transportation, so we have the RPath approval now. We're negotiating a design and construction agreement with the town and an operation and maintenance agreement after that when the construction is complete with the town also. We're also working on the development permit with the town, and it's not going to be submitted at September 11th because we're still working on it. We are working with CNRL, who has the well site at that spot that needs to do some reclamation on it, and they're going to help us out by trying to help out lay the base and some of the ground materials to get the base ready for the tracks to go into that location too. So that'll be good. The Alberta Munis has agreed to let the society be a member and has then going to provide the insurance for the construction and operation phases. Society is, like we said before, is continuing to fundraise. The Rocky and Clearwater community and business both continue to be very supportive of the project. We just did a rival trade Aloha Festival that went really well. We did a raffle draw over the summer, and we're also having a barbecue fundraiser at Patrick Felt's on Thursday.
Yep, at the Denture Clinic.
So yeah, that's kind of our fundraising in that slide. The next one is our park design update. So we've got this Bylaw Solutions company that has been doing pump tracks worldwide. And this is their second design for us, which also includes a skills park kind of track through the woods as a possibility also. You can see the small track and the large track there, and then there's a drop zone there as well with the road and parking, which the town is now going to be doing themselves, putting in a new road there and trying to get it so that it goes through and gets a little bit more access for vehicles to get out and around with the visitor center, the septic there, and a bunch of parking. I think they're talking to up to 60 spots of parking there. So there'll be lots of parking there, as well as across the road at the school in the summer, and that type of thing. So it's very accessible with the skate park and the spray park being right nearby, the visitor center, the new kind of Hunley Park there with the gazebo and picnic camping area, not camping, but picnic area. And also very visible from the highway. You're going to be able to see those pump tracks and the kids flying around on there from the highway. So that's going to be really nice to have it visible for all the visitors that come through every year, so that they have a very easy time finding where this bike park facility is going to be. Let's see here. So budget update. It's getting updated constantly because we're constantly finding out new costs. As you guys are probably aware, it's a constant battle trying to figure out what the costs are going to be next year and how much more they're going to be. Especially the asphalt prices seem to keep on going up. The labor costs keep on going up. But we keep trying to make sure that our budgets are set out so that they do reflect some of that stuff, so that we're not going to be surprised by hopefully any increases like that. The funds raised now are by the community and the businesses in the town and county are around 250,000. We've got up to 285,000 there. So we're actually getting more support from the town and communities and the county community than we're asking for from either the town or the county as funds. The CFEP grants in there also, the $700,000. And we're also hoping that the in-kind donations, once we get going into the construction phase, also increase. So that's the revenue portion there. Slide 4. So this is the expense portion of the budget. So we did the design that you helped us out with $12,500, and the town with $12,500. So they're doing not just the pump track design, but they're also going to do some community engagement with some of the bike community and also the general community. There's the new amounts for the pump track and skills track in there at the $965,000 that Bylaw Solutions believes should be close to the right pricing for the next year. The landscaping has come down a bit because we did look at turf, AstroTurf at one point to try and decrease the amount of maintenance that we'd have to do. But when you looked at the benefits of having the AstroTurf, the costs of it were far too high compared to what you were going to save in maintenance costs. So we ended up taking that out. And the town does have very specific landscaping that they're wanting with certain natural areas with raised beds with certain nice looking landscaping in the corners and that type of thing, but still keeping ultimate view from both the highway and from the other bike park side, both for viewability, but also for security. They're like wanting to make sure that it's very viewable from all areas if security is coming by to have a look and see what's going on there. We're also talking about now some project management because the society is finding that everybody in the society is quite busy, and most of them have small children and lots of stuff going on, and so there isn't probably enough volunteers to be able to go through with a project this large and actually do the management ourselves. So we put that line in there to make sure that would be covered. The contingency, we had 15% before, and from talking to the town and the county and other construction people, they're saying that was far too low. That's very unlikely that you're going to make it through with only 15%. So we bumped that up to a 20% contingency to make sure that any costs increases or different things that came up would definitely be covered in there. And then separately, we've got the operating expenses because with the CFAP application, the society has to be involved in overseeing the facility for 5 years. So even though we're entering into a management agreement, an overseeing agreement with the town, the society still has to be seen as doing the programming and overseeing it. So we're going to have our own insurance, programming, promotions, accounting, all those types of things for the next 5 years. So we need to make sure that we're funded for that as well, so that we can fulfill those CFEP requirements also. Okay. So yeah, in conclusion, the society is requesting from both the town and county councils for a commitment of $250,000 capital funding in 2024 budget and an additional $100,000 contingency in the 2025 budget. We are hoping to get the base done this fall and get the gravel and the clay and the base set up so that it can have a freeze-thaw period through the winter this winter, and then in the spring get a chance to, well, spring, summer, because we did talk to Bylaw Solutions and they did an Airdrie track and a Calgary track, I think both in the springs in the last couple of years, and they've realized that Alberta is not a great spot to do construction in the spring. So they are going to hit spots like they're doing one track in Vernon, they're doing a track in Sicamous, and one other spot in BC where it's usually very dry in the spring. So they've allocated those first, and then they've got us more slotted in the late June, early July for about an 8-12 week period. So we're hoping that that'll be a drier period and they won't have any of the mud to continue working on at that point. So that the town and county funds won't be required until the first quarter of 2024, but the financial commitment from the town and county will assist the society in lobbying for this huge CFEP funding grant that we're looking for that is going in right now. They just replied, said they got it, and one of the questions that we need to answer by September 18th is the town and county planning on committing to their funding? So that was one of the questions they gave me. One of the other ones was the operating agreement, if it had been signed yet, and we're looking at, we've reviewed it with the town and we're looking at signing that fairly soon, so we should get that one going. There was a couple other questions, but we're working on that CFEP grant, and we're allowed to keep submitting new updates, new budgets to them, trying to make sure that everything is realistic, diligent, responsible in the facility design and the budgeting, so that they're up to date, and then they make their final decisions in December, January. They said they should be letting us know about that. So we're going to keep updating them with anything that we know that's new of until that time, and hope that they bring us some money to make this park happen. So the final park design will occur in early 2024 with Bylaw Solutions once we know all the funding confirmed, because we need to know what kind of funding we have before we can actually build the park. But one way or another, we'll be definitely looking at building some part or all of this park, depending on how all the funding comes in. And that's the other thing we need to tell CFEP as well, is that we already have the $250,000. We're looking for other commitments, and if they give us some money, no matter how much they give us, we will be going ahead with some type of facility, which was very important to them. So we are ready to do that. Also, we know that that the Summer Games is coming up, and this would be a great facility for the Summer Games if this was up and available for doing some BMX, mountain bike type things for the Summer Games. The bike park was also rated as a high priority in the 2018 Recreation Master Plan and a #1 priority in the 2021 Recreation Survey. Some of the features that have been included in these new designs also help with the skateboarders and the scooter riders can ride it. And so the skate park, I think, is having some repairs done to it now, but it's getting quite old, and I think it's probably going to be time for a new skate park at some point. And so when the skate park's closed, this will give an alternative for the skateboarders and scooter riders. to be able to go on this park while they're trying to figure out what they're gonna do with a new skate park in the area. But that was one of the other reasons we went with the Bylaw Solutions group is I've been to a couple of their tracks versus other tracks in Alberta, and they use a very smooth grade asphalt, which I think is very similar to the new pickleball court grade asphalt. So it's quite a bit more expensive, but it's very smooth. And so you can actually ride scooters, skateboards, rollerblades. They do even talk about this wheelchair accessible, that they have had wheelchair people go on them. Whereas some of the other ones that we've been to, including the Drayton Valley one that was just built for quite a bit less money, but is already kind of deteriorating. But people that have been on it have said that it's a regular grade asphalt, and the way it was packed, it's very coarse, and so when you're riding on it on anything else besides a bike with big tires, you're not going to be riding on it for long because you're getting shook the whole time you're on it. So this facility would be one that can do those, as well as the Bylaw Solutions is so big that they do Red Bull races and different types of races like that around the world on their tracks. So we're hoping that we can do some regional, provincial, different races in the town on these two tracks. So that should be really good too.
Bylaw Solutions is really known worldwide as the best of the best for bike park construction. So having them build our park will be a draw for people to come to our area and use our park because they know the caliber of design and quality of build that they do. And then one thing I think that was kind of missed in this is that we do have from 3 different local companies or businesses, $300,000 in naming rights offers as well for different parts of the track or the entire track itself. So those haven't been finished or signed yet. We were just waiting to get the design finalized as well.
I think that's all we've got at this time.
Well, thank you very much for the update. Would you have time for a few questions?
Oh, sure.
From council if they have them? Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Has the town committed to when they're going to do the parking lot, and that on the side there you've shown a parking lot with a road? Just as rural residents, there's not very much parking or access for our rural, with the exception of the parking lot at the school, and the school had expressively said during school hours that isn't to be used. So it was important to me that access be available for our residents. Did they indicate at all when they would be doing it?
I think it should be happening at a similar time. At the start, it was part of the development permit that we were gonna have to have a certain number of parking spots. And then when we started going over there and looking at it with the town and them saying that, you know, this is a town road, and it was gonna be over $150,000 to do the town road as well as 20 to 30 spots. That's when they kind of took on that, no, that probably doesn't need to be part of the actual Pump Track Society's effort, that it's going to be tied in with that whole master plan over there with the farmers market, the sewage access through there, and the welcome center and the new Hunley stuff, so that they're going to move, I believe, the bike path over a little bit so that that road gets widened into a 2-way road, because the access has been difficult over the years. And hopefully more people will use that picnic area that's now there across from the community center. And so if we have 2-way access and the bike path gets moved over, and then you get this road down through there, which may have access through to the visitor center also, then they decided, well, we should put in as many parking spots as we can while we're doing that, and that's when I believe they upped it to about 60 parking spots, which would be awesome, because we would only probably be using those when we had bigger functions there, and so the rest of the time they'd be available for other things going on at the community center or the visitor center or the farmers market or all the other things that go on over there. But otherwise, parking, there is a lot of parking with the town is talking about, you know, the parking by the arena, that you come right down the bike path also, the parking at the schools, which they have an agreement with. So both those big parking lots at the school aren't being used at all in the summer, and that would be a large part of the time when the main events and stuff would be going on that you'd need more than 60 spots for. The rest of the year, we're hoping that the bike park will be pretty usable a lot of the time because it's a black asphalt track, not a cement track like the skate park is. But even the skate park, those kids will get out there and shovel it off and get it going early and late in the year. So this black asphalt should melt off nice. It has good drainage in all the corners and on all the surfaces. So it has, it'll have a grate and a drainage into weeping tile kind of heavy rocks. So they're very good at making sure that it's drained off. So I'm hoping that it can be used year round, but 60 parking spots will be awesome if that's how it all works out. And it should be happening at the same time because it was supposed to be happening at the same time as the development permit, so.
Excellent, thank you. Follow up if nobody else.
Go ahead, I don't see any
Thank
other
you.
lights at the moment.
You had mentioned that you're working on an operational agreement with the town. How much does it cost to continually operate something like this? And I ask because the county is responsible typically for 50% of the operating of the rec facilities within the town.
Right.
So then we would be responsible potentially for whatever operating agreement the town is signing as well. So just curious how much something like this.
This one's gonna be very little compared to most of the other facilities in town. The asphalt is supposed to be 15, 20-year asphalt without any problems on it. It's got painted lines, but I've seen years old painted lines from the quality of paint they use that stay on forever. It's mostly gonna be the mowing, and they're gonna try and keep that down to a minimum because they had talked about landscaping with individual trees, but then they said they'd need zero-turn mowers and all that kind of stuff. That's why they started going to more of the bunker-shaped landscaping with like chip wood in it, so you wouldn't have mowing on those areas. So they'll basically hopefully only have a couple hours of mowing to do in that whole park area, which they have to do now with the dog park and stuff. And so really the maintenance should be very, very low. So.
You guys seem like you've thought of almost everything.
Yeah, we've been going on it, and we're following the back of the spray park, which had all kinds of interesting things go on and high maintenance costs and stuff. So everybody's been on us about how this is going to work, how much it's going to cost. Our budgets are realistic, our maintenance costs are realistic, and low maintenance costs and that type of thing, and how long is it going to last and all those things. So from what I've seen from other bike parks in other places, it's been one of the #1 recreational facilities that they're putting in now. So.
I know I had to spend hours at the one in Golden when I was on vacation, so with my kids. So it's...
Well, even people talking about the one in Nordic, which costs them very little to do. It's a dirt pump track, and they have to do maintenance on it because it's dirt, which the town and county didn't want to do with a dirt one here. So it does cost more money to have the asphalt, but there's lots of families that say they spend hours out there enjoying just an inexpensive little dirt track. So this one should be awesome. Yeah, so.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from council? I see a finger or two hovering, but no presses yet. Oh, there we go. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I don't have a question, just a comment that I applaud the work that your group has put in and continues to put in to bring this facility to our region. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And Councillor Swanson?
Interesting, because I was in Toronto at with FCM with Reeve Lougheed, and Bylaw Solutions was one of the particular booths that was there. And so when we dropped by and said, yeah, we're from Clearwater County, Rocky Mountain House, they immediately said, oh yeah, we're doing their plans. So, you know, they're very excited about what's happening there, etc. I love the concept. I love it everywhere. My only hangup is 15 to 20 years out, is this the best place? I feel like we're stacking too many multiple groups in that area, and we're gonna have an issue in 15 to 20 years. Because, I mean, if both municipalities could, you know, face the truth, we would love growth, you know, in this area, not just tourism. We'd love more people. So is this going to be a problem in 15, 20 years' time, having this location? We narrowed it down, you know, or is it better to have it in an area? I mean, I'm looking at Sylvan Lake and looking at where the gulls are at, and, you know, they've got a bike park, they've got a splash park, they, you know, the opportunity to grow there and to grow their facility. So I understand the urgency, because sometimes good ideas die over a long period of time. But at the same time, I'm like, are we looking too short-sighted in that whole, in the whole area? Like, say this, it's the spot that really, I mean, I drive there on my way home all the time, and sometimes that issue, that, you know, that corner can be a real issue. RVs are stacked up trying to get in, you know, on the highway, et cetera. So, yeah, everything's been going good. I like I say, I support the idea. It's where it's at that's where my hang up is at, so.
Yeah, that was an issue for us too. I'm sure you are all well aware of how landlocked our town really is. We've got the river on the one side, we've got the highway on the other, and then privately owned land north and south. I think for us as a society trying to suggest land options, this was the only one that came up that had that large of a space, but parking available to host events. That also didn't require young children or families to cross the highway. That was, as a mom of 3 kids, my kids want to go to the bike park on their own right now as it is. There's no way I would let my 9-year-old cross that highway by themselves. So having it within this side of the highway was really important. And I appreciate the fact that, yes, this is the only space that we can have and host events, because every other spot was either residential, well, basically residential. So there was really not many options. But I do agree, yes.
I think the new plan with the 60 parking spots is gonna be more than enough for the pump track, and they're not just putting them in just for the pump track, they're obviously putting them in for use at the visitor center and that type of thing too, but I think that we'll find that that'll be lots, unless we have a big event that then flows over into that other parking. But yeah, same thing, I grew up in Rocky Mountain House, and to be able to have your kids just bike to it and not have the parents have to be there, that's what I would like to see, because that's the way it used to work. Nowadays, everybody takes their kids to the thing, stays there the whole time they're there. But I remember as a kid it being important that you could go off and be independent by yourself and bike to the playground and come back when supper was ready, kind of thing. So I'm hoping kids will be able to do that again.
Additional questions? Well, thank you so much for sharing the update with us today. We wish you continued success in your efforts. I think we all look forward to what ultimately could be a great facility for our community moving forward. And thank you for your efforts, for sure.
Okay, great. So the only thing I'm not sure how it goes from here. If I need to answer back to CFEP, if there's support or there's a letter or something like that might work for our application, or how that might go forward after.
So I would have to understand your requirements for the CFIP. I know there are numerous requirements for those programs, quite often donations in kind or commitments from the other levels of government and stuff that are involved. So I have to understand where you're at in the process as well, or I think we would. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, maybe a comment?
Thank you, Reeve. In the background, it shows here through our meeting procedures bylaw that staff has to bring this back with all the background information that we need in order to create a budget allotment, i.e. what account if the decision is to support, et cetera. So administration would have to build all of that and bring that back as per our bylaw. So unfortunately, you can't get an answer today.
No, and I wasn't really expecting an answer
Yeah.
today. I just wondered over the next couple months how it might work or what will
So
happen.
over the next couple of months, we will be working on our strategic plan for which leads to our budget. Ultimately, that's where we decide how we can spend our monies in 2024 and looking forward to 2025 even. So I think that's what we'll be doing in the near future, early days yet for our budget discussions. But am I correct in assuming that being a path administratively that we need to look at?
Definitely, Reeve Vahid. I do have one question though regarding the CFIP grant. When is the deadline for submitting?
I was back in June, so we submitted in June.
Okay.
And then you're allowed to send, you're encouraged to send updates And so that's what we've been doing, is sending the updates that the R-Path has done, that we're working on the building let's see here. R-Path, yeah, the development permits. Yeah,
Okay.
that'll be the next one that they're looking for. And then, of course, they're looking for the financial supports. So how far in you're getting commitment from the other groups, because they want our amount and the amount coming from the communities to be matching to what they're going to be giving.
Okay. And at that time, when you made the grant application, just remind me, was there a letter of support for the application from Clearwater County?
Yes, and we
Okay,
have that,
perfect.
yeah. And so they already know that there's the support, and so now they're just coming back, just because they've read through the application now, said that they've accepted it, and now they're just asking for more information. And of course, we put in there that we had support from the town and county, and that we would be asking for funds, and they're saying, where are you at with asking for funds?
Okay.
Because they know we need to match, and they know that we have 250, but that doesn't match 700,000. So that's why they're asking how we're doing with our half of the budget. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
So yes, Reeve Lougheed, this will be all part of discussions in the upcoming Strategic Planning Committee meeting on Monday, and then also during budget deliberations in December.
Thank you for that. And I know that's not the definitive answer you want at this
Well, and
moment.
that's
but
what I can let them-
probably where
let them
I
know.
think it will be certainly part of the discussions we have as we try to balance our budget and and make sure that the public purse is well represented within the projects in our community as well. So.
Sounds good. Okay, good,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for joining us today.
Thanks for having us. Have a great day, guys.
At this time, I'd probably look for a motion to accept the Rocky Mountain Bike Park Society's presentation for information. Councillor, one of you guys can fight over it, but Councillor Ratcliffe made the motion, so all those in favor then? And that's carried, thank you very much. Finishes item 6, I believe we still had 9.3 on the CAO office section. So I will share the floor with Mr. Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Council. So this agenda is on the Clearwater County Village of Caroline amalgamation, the next steps and matters to consider. So the staff recommendation before Council today, the Council enters negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council for amalgamation effective immediately. The Council considers the following options for conducting negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council. First option, the Council tasks the Clearwater Village Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee with conducting negotiations for amalgamation. The second option would be that Council sets up a new committee with the Village of Caroline Council consisting of 2 to 3 representatives from each council to conduct negotiations for the amalgamation. The third option would be that Council conducts negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council as a whole for amalgamation. So the background to this agenda. Both Clearwater and the Village of Caroline Councils accepted the May 2023 Clearwater County Village of Caroline Amalgamation Study Report at the respective May 23rd, 2023 regular council meetings. The report concluded that should it be determined that the village becomes financially unstable, either now or in the future, both amalgamation and eventual dissolution and potential outcomes. County and village administrators met June 8th to follow up on next steps and process. Both administrations agreed to recommend both councils move forward quickly to also make inquiries with municipal affairs to determine whether there are options for an expedited amalgamation, such as a negotiated dissolution. Requests to meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs to discuss possibilities were made, and administrations are waiting for a response. The attached documents, amalgamation matters for consideration and amalgamation workbook, outline legislative requirements in the Municipal Government Act for mandatory negotiated items to be discussed and report outcomes to municipal affairs. The items list is extensive and also includes discussion items for an operational plan, which should be discussed in tandem with mandatory items and public consultation requirements. Administration is proposing 3 options for council's consideration to conduct negotiations as follows. Task the Clearwater Village ICC, set up a new committee with the Village of Caroline Council consisting of 2 or 3 reps from each council, conduct negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council as a whole. At the time of writing this report, administration was unable to confirm which options are to be presented to the Village of Caroline at their next meeting Tuesday. However, it is expected that a verbal update regarding the village's decision will be available by the time County Council considers this agenda item. It's important to note that negotiations are step 2 of the legislated steps in the amalgamation process. Whether to amalgamate or not is decided in step 4 of the process, as described in the Matters for Consideration document. Participating municipalities consider the amalgamation report and individually determine by resolution if they wish to proceed with amalgamation. Municipal Government Act, Section 105, subsection 2. It is if a municipality does not wish to proceed with the proposed amalgamation, a municipality has the option not to approve. The report and include in the report its reason for not wishing to proceed as per the MGA. If the municipalities wish to amalgamate, the report becomes the municipality's application to amalgamate. Municipal Government Act, Section 106. At this time, I'd turn it over to council for any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions from council at this moment? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm confused. Negotiations are step 2, but then deciding whether you're gonna do it or not is step 4. Why would you put all the energy into doing a negotiation if you're not gonna amalgamate anyway? Wouldn't you determine whether you're gonna amalgamate or not before you put all of the time, energy, and money into a negotiation process? It does not make sense to me.
This is provincially mandated, but I would propose that the order of things allows latitude to see how the negotiations go. We might have willing parties at the beginning, and there could be some items that are non-negotiable from each side, and negotiations might not go through as one municipality or the other anticipated, and minds could change, is my assumption, Deputy Reeve.
It doesn't seem very smart to put what will inevitably be hundreds of thousands of dollars doing this next step, when instead a community can dissolve and use that that large sum of money to actually better that community. Especially since who's paying for this negotiation process? Is that the village, the county, or both? Because I'm sure the grant is up.
Tracy Lynn.
Thank you. If I could add to what Rick Emmons had stated regarding your first question, Councillor Melhoff. The negotiation process becomes part of the application. It becomes part of the report that goes to the minister. And at that time, after the negotiations are all done, and once the report is viewed by both councils, councils then make a decision as to whether or not that they accept that report. If the report is not accepted by one or the other council, then at that time, they would inform the minister of their decision, and then it sort of rests with the minister at that time. But the negotiation process becomes part of the amalgamation application, if that helps. Without that negotiation process, there would be no application. Does that help?
Absolutely, but can I do
A
a
follow-up and
to
then I'll
that
go to
specifically?
Councillor Ratcliffe.
So it's an application for amalgamation, But why are we putting in an application for amalgamation if dissolution is a better option? Why are we only discussing amalgamation and not dissolution to the detriment of Clearwater County?
Do you want to take that one, Mr. Evans? I could tell you what he just motioned, but his light is on, so we'll let the,
Thank you.
words of wisdom.
I'd rather deal with the other question. No. I do believe to further that, if I may, the assumption in legislation that isn't said, if you're willing to enter into negotiations, there's a willingness and acceptance to inevitably amalgamate. So I think at that point it's assumed, and then depending on how the negotiations go is a final decision for that. As far as your current question, Deputy Reeve, the topic has been well discussed. We've brought it forward to the Village of Caroline because truly it's semantics. If it's willing partners on both sides of the table, negotiated amalgamation or negotiated dissolution, it's a term. And although be it, I don't believe anyone's blind to, people can put a negative connotation to dissolution, but a negotiated dissolution is a willingness. So that has been brought forward. And you need two willing parties. I need to put a period behind that. It needs a willingness. So the concept has been discussed. So far, we are proceeding with a negotiated amalgamation.
Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I have more than one question, but I'm going to start with, I think you've been having ongoing discussions with the village CAO. I'm just wondering if there is any updates on, I guess, where we stand with this process.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Vahid. Councillor Ratcliffe, yes. So we have had administrative meetings. Clearwater County is in the process of drafting up an agreement that could be brought forward to whatever structure council decides. As per past direction, council's said it would be great to discuss a product rather than have no parameters, nothing to discuss. So administration has been meeting with the village administration. We are drafting up that agreement to bring it forward to a committee of choice to start that negotiation process.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
I have another question.
I'll go to Councillor Graham and then I'll come back for your next question.
I was gonna say that I would choose option 3 out of this, because I feel like all of us will want a seat at the table to discuss amalgamation. But I guess the question that has come up since then is, if we go through negotiations and decide that dissolution is more appropriate, then can we still do a negotiated dissolution, or do we have to start the process all over again? Or do we just have to say no, and then it's just a dissolution that's not negotiated?
Mr. Emmons?
I would propose, and I would want certainty from municipal affairs before I answered emphatically, Councillor Graham, but I would suggest again, it's process about a resolve. And if both municipalities agreed going through the process that ultimately a negotiated dissolution makes more sense, I don't see why that wouldn't resonate with municipal affairs.
Okay.
Ultimately, they're the decision-making body, but I really don't see the issue with it myself.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Earlier today, we had the cost for how much it would be to get a photograph. How much is this process going to take and cost Clearwater County?
I'm assuming it would only be speculation, but I'll let Mr. Emmons give an estimate here.
Unfortunately, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I really hesitate to answer that just because of my lack of knowledge. And I have no other way to put it. In my 39 years of municipal government, I've never gone through an amalgamation to put staff time and resources. I can go back and put a number on all the meetings I've already had. But going forward, there's a lot of time involved in this. But I really would hesitate on giving you some number that would be so inaccurate, because this is new to me. But I will tell you, council said it was one of your priorities to me. So doing the work. But as far as putting a cost, I'm not capable of doing that, Deputy Reeve. It's new to me.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm just going to say where I stand on this. We're almost 2 years in. This looked sort of like a slam dunk from the beginning, and progress has been minimal. And I would like to see a budget item for 2024 that would start doing the work in Caroline that needs to be done to create opportunity. So looking at this, I like option number 2, that we set up a new committee with a few representatives and have intensive negotiations, that we try and move this ahead to some decision, whether it's dissolution or amalgamation, as soon as possible, like before the end of the year. Is that unreasonable?
Yep.
Otherwise, I see it being another year and a half at least.
No, Councillor Ratcliffe, if I may.
Please.
I really shouldn't joke and open. Administration is applying serious resources to this. We are in the process of drafting the agreement to put legs under this, if I may, and get it moving. This committee is a big step in achieving that goal, so that when this committee is struck, there can be items and negotiables to talk about. We are hoping that that process will be a timely one, but not to be rude, that's within your authority, not mine, how negotiations go, and keep it moving forward. Definitely is the priority.
Okay, yes, I'm not trying to lay blame anywhere. I just want to see progress so that we can get on building the region. Thank you.
And I believe Councillor Graham was next, and then I'll go to Councillor Swanson.
I don't actually have anything to say, sorry. The ghost strikes again.
Oh, okay, the ghost struck. Okay, well, the ghost shifts to Councillor Swanson.
This has been an ongoing issue for longer than 2 years. This has been an ongoing issue for this village a number of years. And from what I see and what I get from some of the people that I've talked to, there seems to be a glimmer of hope on a certain project that would invigorate their municipality that's now being put on hold for 6 months. So I worry that once we start down this process, that they're gonna use that excuse, that wait till 6 months and we'll know what's happening from the government in order to relay. So I don't wanna waste time. And I think we're all in that same boat. We don't wanna waste time. There's other issues that our county, that this council wants to see coming forward. This might be an opportunity to lobby at the RMA. We need to meet up with the new minister, Mr. MacGyver, and say, this is an opportunity. I mean, we did meet with Minister Schultz in March. This may be another one to meet up with him, that, you know, maybe he can help clarify the air as far as, you know, who's paying, how much is paying, let's get this process done, or, in those circles, because quite obviously, the bureaucracy can only do so much. I realize it is the council's decision, both councils' decisions at this point. So we can go effective immediately, and I'm fine with that, but understanding that when we get to RMA, that I would really like to sit in front of Minister MacGyver and say, this is where we're at, and we can even, I know we've offered in the past to have one of the village councillors with us, and maybe this is an opportunity to say to them that this is a mutual effort to have them in the same room for clarity as well. So, not sure what you guys feel about that.
Well, I would just start by saying I think there's opportunity there as well. But I believe if there's a true willingness to open the door to the next steps here, I think we need our councils as a whole to sit in a room, share their concerns, and find practical solutions to address those concerns and move forward. Kicking it down the road doesn't do anybody any service. It keeps the community in uncertainty. It keeps the business community in uncertainty. It keeps simply even the provincial government in uncertainty here. So we have a cloud of uncertainty. Need to get the elected officials in the room, decide what is important to them moving forward, not a meeting of the ICC or a new committee, because that is awkward in that it has to go back and ask each other's permission from their councils, and what about this and what about that. Get the elected officials, the ultimate responsible authorities around governance in one room and hammer it out until, and don't leave until there's practical solutions to what the concerns are. That's the way forward. Or you can kick it down the road and study it for another umpteen million years, or hope that something great happens that changes the whole picture. Anyway, that's just I'm spouting now. But I think there is a practical solution if we are truly interested in opening the door to the next steps. And that means getting people around and sharing their concerns. Other comments after that? Sorry, Tracy Lynn.
Thank you. I did have conversations with the municipal affairs advisors, and we did review the letter received from the minister back in March 28th, and this was in response to the joint letter that was sent by Caroline Council and County Council. And Municipal Affairs, the advisor reminded that as far as the minister is concerned, based on this letter, they have accepted that Clearwater County and the Village of Caroline has initiated amalgamation proceedings. Now with that sentence, as per legislation, the next step is, as per MGA 103, that negotiations proceed. And then within that step, the negotiations become part of, like the outcomes of the negotiations become part of the applications. So I just wanted to bring this to council's attention, because the minister, based on this letter, is expecting that negotiations proceed.
Okay. Any comments, questions related to what we just heard? Councillor Swanson.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Okay. I'm prepared to hear a motion.
Awesome. Okay, the council enter into negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council for amalgamation effective immediately, and that council conducts negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council as a whole for amalgamation.
Thank you for that. Discussions on that motion? I'm ready to call it. Oh, couple lights under the wire. Councillor Cermak.
So you're saying you want both councils to be there as a whole? Okay?
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
I liked the Reeves direction that that this be intensive and nobody leaves till it's settled. Like, we can't meet every 2 or 3 months and walk away with, you know, a few issues to be dealt with later.
Thank you for that. And what I've heard back with feedback through the public consultation, public involvement on this, I don't see any issue that is insurmountable. That if people are willing to look for a solution, I don't see anything that would be insurmountable, you know, with a willingness to negotiate. So I think we just have to get the people in the room that ultimately make those decisions. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. While I absolutely agree that if we were to continue down this path, it should be councils as a whole. So your motion to have the 2 councils as a whole can do the negotiations, 100% agree with that. I still disagree with amalgamation. So for that reason, I will, as I voted against the previous motions regarding amalgamation, I will be voting against it again today. We still are unclear of how much this is going to cost Clearwater County in general, just to do the amalgamation process. So I, unfortunately, even though I agree that we should negotiate as a whole, will be against the motion today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Henceforth, I'm also thinking about this meeting, and I'm not sure if the first one, but I honestly believe that this should be live streamed. This should be full transparency, but I'm not sure of the particulars, if there's going to be FOIPable. I mean, our books are all both open, so to me, it should be able to be live streamed, so that both sets of residents can understand what's happening through the discussions as we're doing this.
Ms. Haid?
Yes, thank you. If I could just have that motion repeated again.
Like, council enters into negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council for amalgamation effective immediate. I would love to say negotiated dissolution, but I believe, like you've said, the minister is expecting this conversation. It's part of the process, so that's why I'm using what's been recommended for wording. So for amalgamation effective immediately, council conducts the negotiations with the Village Caroline Council as a whole for amalgamation. Number 3.
Okay. So just to clarify then, because attached to this agenda item are 2 documents. One is amalgamation matters to consider, and then the other one is a workbook. So just wanted to make sure that council is aware that I don't think that this meeting will take just 1 day. Because, and I'm pretty sure you won't want to stay until it's all settled, because the list is fairly exhaustive. So just wanting to confirm that these negotiations, that council is okay with having these negotiations take in effect over a period of time. So I'm anticipating that negotiating with councils of the whole will take more than 1 meeting, and as they work through all of these items that have been listed. So
and I think part of that was captured. Did you not mention immediate?
Yes.
Immediate, so that I think means within the realm of possibilities to bring everybody together in the highest priority, perhaps.
Okay.
Does that make sense, or am I? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Just wanted to ask the Deputy Reeve that if the word amalgamation was removed from that motion and it simply said negotiations, if...
So you're saying something like a governance structure alteration?
Just enter into negotiations.
Something that's a little more flexible, maybe, but I won't put words in your mouth.
Thank you for the consideration of that. However, I do believe that we'll be working through the amalgamation workbook through these negotiations. So I think it will still
Okay,
go
just,
against the premise.
I think after the first meeting, the first session, we would have a good idea if we want to continue on that process or not.
Potentially, but I think that we're in that process at that point and are handcuffed to continue with that process at that point, because we would have motions to determine that we need to continue with that process at that point. Maybe I'm wrong,
Yeah.
but our legislative.
Okay,
Ms. Haight?
okay, so, well, here's the scenario. Both councils meet, and they start with, let's see, just even coming up with a timeline. And then the next items for discussion is municipal boundaries. And then perhaps maybe they get to municipal status name. These are all items that they have to discuss. And just wanting to make sure that council is aware that some of these conversations will take more than just a day. Just discussing municipal boundaries, depending on how each member of councils feel, it's negotiations, so it could take a fair bit of time. Just wanting to make sure that council is aware of that. And these are mandatory as legislated items for negotiations. They cannot be skipped over. They have to be discussed and resolved.
Thank you for that, and I think part of the government's process with that is to keep the discussion moving forward. So for instance, if this was dealing with children, you'd be asked, are you gonna wear the running shoes or are you gonna wear the cowboy boots? Today, not are you gonna wear shoes? You're gonna pick one or the other and keep moving forward. That's kind of what I understand the process to be. It brings the discussion forward, but you're gonna have to decide and move forward. And that's some of the difficulty I think we've had here over the last 2 to however many decades with the village is what drives us forward, what makes us make that decision and move to the next step. And we've done some of that up to now. I think what I'm hearing today is that we want to continue forward with this process. That's what the motion is about, that we jump into that and open the door for the next steps with an immediacy behind it. Is that kind of consensus building here? I'll go to the motion person first. Councillor Swanson?
I was just wondering if we should just take a 5-minute break here
Sure.
to just, and then reconvene. I know I need to just, a quick, if that's okay, point of personal privilege, I guess
You've
it's
asked for
called.
5 and we can take that. We
Okay.
shall take a 5-minute break, please.
Thank you.
Thank you for returning with us after our technical difficulties. We continue forward with the agenda, and I believe we were on item 9.3, and I think we had a motion before us. If we can have, maybe if we could have a read back of what that motion is so we can continue the discussion after we reconvened here.
Oh, okay. The council enters negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council for amalgamation effective immediately, and that council conducts negotiations with the Village of Caroline Council as a whole for amalgamation.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion on this question before us? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Just have a question. As I recall, we haven't actually had a motion to enter into negotiations. This would be that motion. Okay, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Milhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. If this motion was to pass today, would this particular meeting be mediated? Who's chairing it? Who's administering it in these future meetings going forward?
Ms. Haight, please.
That would be one of the very first steps in the work list. They would essentially form a committee, and with that then would be a terms of reference to establish chairs, vice chairs, quorum, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you.
And I think there'll probably be very many things to decide in the immediacy when you're bringing a group together. But we do have some of that groundwork already done because we do meet on a regular basis with the village as well. So hopefully we have some terms of reference that would be a guideline to move forward with. Any additional depth on this motion before us? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. And I believe that moves us into section 10, which is the CAO's report, and our report section anyway. So I shall turn the floor across to our apt and able CAO.
Thank you, Reeve Lahid. So the CAO report for September 12th. As part of the collaborative bid by Clearwater County and the town of Rocky Mountain House to host the 2026 Alberta Summer Youth Games on September 15th, the Ministry of Culture's Multi-Sport Games Unit will be conducting a community tour as part of their bid evaluation process. This offers a chance for the town and county to showcase their bid strengths and community support. All community members are encouraged to bring their enthusiasm and smiling faces to a complimentary barbecue scheduled between 11 a.m. and 12:30 on Friday, September 15th. It is encouraged for groups to create their own signs with positive messages related to hosting the 2026 Alberta Summer Games. On September 21st, 2023, Clearwater County Council and Administration are intending the grand opening of the Lesaville Wastewater Treatment Facility upgrade. This collaborative effort involved a partnership with Alberta Innovates to enhance the existing lagoon by implementing Magna's biofilter wetland system. The MBWS uses subsurface engineered wetlands, offering a sturdy, cost-effective, low-maintenance solution for wastewater treatment.
Thank you very much. Questions for the CAO, and I'll go to Councillor Swanson first.
Being as how I have been assigned to the bid committee that is going to be hosting the prep rally this Friday, I would like to make a motion to invite all of council to attend if they can. I believe it's been extended to the high schools and the junior high schools because it is the kids from 12 to 17, 18, 17, I believe, that are going to be involved at that particular time. So if you have time and would like to join the pep rally, I would sincerely appreciate that. So I will make a motion to grant remuneration to council if they choose to attend the pep rally on September 15th.
Okay. Discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. look forward to it. Anything else? I would look then for a motion to accept the CAO report for information. Councillor Graham, thank you. All in favor? And that's carried. Councillor reports, and again, Councillor Graham, I ask you to go first.
So I had a counselor drop-in session. I had one person come in, and something that I kind of noticed that day as well, because when you have the door open, you can hear people talking out here, where there were a few people that came in and were redirected to other buildings. And it was, you know, it just kind of leads to the fact that we do need a new building. I'd imagine that's a little bit frustrating for people, especially if they're on their lunch breaks. I attended the Wings and Wheels at the airport. I think it was a great turnout. It was a happy morning, and I think it was pretty cool to see all those planes there, and I got to listen to them all flying in before they got there, so that's fun. I attended Market on Main with Councillor Cermak and Councillor Radcliffe, and then Councillor Hutchinson and Councillor Boniface from the town were there. I think a few people stopped by. I think it was worth being there. We had some coloring books to hand out, and yeah, it was a good evening, I felt. I had a rural industry crime meeting, which it's now combined with Clearwater Mutual Aid Cooperative. They talked about the AIMS system, the Alberta Incident Management System. I did not enjoy this. I mentioned during my update that our resolution was not going this fall. There's potential for it to go in the spring, but it's not going this fall. And the gentleman who spoke after me proceeded to tell us about all the copper theft they've recently had on site. So that was kind of a bummer, but we'll see where that goes. Maybe it will in the spring be going. And just something that I kind of picked up, and I could be wrong in this, but it seems like there's kind of flaws in the hiring system for RCMP, and that's leaving detachments shorthanded. I mean, we see here our staff sergeant left months ago, and I know the process, I think it was at Rural Crime, it was explained to us, and it takes months and months and months to hire people, and then they have months that they can relocate, and I understand that you have to sell houses and everything, but I don't know, it seems like there's kind of a flaw there that I just kind of noticed. We also had our Ag Service Board audit, or as the gentleman doing it referred to it as a field visit. He said that he does this for due diligence. We do get a grant from Alberta Ag. I think that's not back there. I think it's between $100,000 and $150,000. And it takes about 10% of that grant to do all the reporting back. So it's a very vigorous reporting system to get that back to them, all the information to them. And he also said that he does this to obviously meet the people that he works with, and then so that they have documentation. So if the municipal affairs receives a complaint about our ag service department, for example, they have documentation that no, they're doing a great job and this isn't really a relevant complaint. It's done once every 5 years, and they toured a number of things. We didn't go on the tour part. We were Ag Service Board was just there in the morning, but they were touring some shelter belts, an eco buffer demo, beaver exclusion fencing and pond levelers, mowing, caring for my land, brushing, weed enforcement, custom spraying, and Sasquatch signage. So he wanted to see as much of the county as he could in that day, and I don't think they left this area very much, but he got to see lots of great projects, so it sounded like that was going well, that he was very complimentary towards our county from what he had heard from his coworkers. So that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Graham? I shall move to Councillor Northcott, please.
Alrighty, I don't have a whole pile to report this time, but I did attend a CARE conference in Grand Prairie with Councillor Cermak and Councillor Swanson. Did a couple tours of some landfills, waste transfer sites and things like that. One of the neat things was that their landfill up there, they are doing landfill gas capture on it. There's about 3,000 landfills across Canada. There's only about 100 of them that are capturing the gas, and it's fairly intensive to get everything operating properly to efficiently capture the gas. It's daily operations, but when it is operating optimally, the fellow there said that they could heat about 6,000 homes annually from the gas that's captured off of their landfill. So that was kind of neat, but that's really about it for my my council report, and then just a safe harvest to everybody this fall.
Thank you. And we shall, a question for Councillor Northcott?
Yes, I have a question regarding recovering natural gas from the landfill. I'm just wondering what the profitability was. You know, if it was a reasonable investment for a municipality.
Councillor Northcott?
Sorry, maybe that's... I don't have all of those details. It did sound like it took them quite a while to, just because landfills are always settling and moving, and it took them a little bit of time to actually really optimize the operations and really understand their landfill. Gas production changes from day to day. Yeah, so even just learning how to really optimally run the gas capture system from that landfill was quite a task. But once they do have it running efficiently, it's, you know, 6,000 homes a year.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That's awesome that they were able to get it to be that efficient, that it could 6,000 homes a year, because Regina, we visited Regina when we were at the Regina one at FCM, and it didn't seem to be as efficient. So that's great that they were able to optimize their landfill, because it didn't seem like Regina was as efficient as the one you visited. So that's great to hear.
All right, should move to the Deputy Reeve to...
Sure thing. Thank you. I was not as busy as I normally am, which was welcomed, as I got very busy with farming and getting ready for back to school. But I did the Central Alberta Air Tour as well, and it was great to hear MLA Getson talk about economic development and the potential for airports and his passion for aviation. And it was an amazing opportunity to work directly with the town as well, to bring that to our community, and I hope that next year will be even bigger. I stepped outside of our county for a weekend and went to the Lakedale Ag Society Fair and Exhibition. It is the longest running society-ran outdoor fair and the largest. And it's done extremely well, and I had the opportunity to talk with several of the Wetaskiwin County people when we were there. So it's very well done, and if anybody gets the opportunity, it's just outside of our county, but it's still a great place to go, and hopefully we can get something like that here one day. And I just wanted to say thank you to our fire service for their first week of school crosswalk help, for reminding people that school's in, and so they sat at the crosswalks with their lights on, and all the kids are so excited to see them there, and it really just reminded drivers to slow down in school zones, and it's just, I thank you to them for putting in that effort and doing that. And I learned something awesome, because I got an amazing question from a resident. If the county does certificates similar to the federal government and the provincial government and now the King, for anniversaries and et cetera, like big monumental numbers, and the county does. So if people would like to learn more about that, please reach out to our admin, and it's just a happy celebratory thing that I didn't know we did, and I'm so happy that we do. So that's me.
Super. Thanks, Jenny. Any questions for the Deputy Reeve? Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
I have a question. I was on the other side of the sidewalk, but I heard Minister Getson talking about the recipe for promoting the House Pass and economic corridors, and I was just hoping that you recorded that well, because it'd be worthy of a discussion.
Well, I recorded it here. I didn't record it anywhere else, but didn't have my phone out or anything. But I think that I agree. It will be a fabulous discussion, and I think that there is going to be an opportunity in the future for the town and the county and the province to collaborate on economic strategies for this province. I see that as a future for us.
And I would certainly share in the concept that MLA gets and is an enthusiastic supporter of not only the aviation industry, but transportation in general. So I think he's got a great portfolio right now working for the future of our communities as we move forward. And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe for his report.
Sorry. Sorry, Alana. Thank you, Reeve. Okay, on August 26th, I also attended the Alberta Air Tour, the Wings and Wheels, with the Reeve, the Deputy Reeve, and Councillors Graham and Swanson. One of my observations was that the town councillors that were there and the county councillors pretty much functioned as one unit in welcoming people and discussions around the minister. Is a great way to promote aviation opportunities in the area. One thing of note to me was there was a very sleek kit plane there that normally runs on 150 horsepower, and someone had put a 600 and some horsepower turbine into it, and it was a beautiful thing to watch that plane take off and just climb for the sky. I wanted to be there. And August 31st to Market on Main, I attended that, as already mentioned, with Councillors Graham and Cermak. None of us took the county banner, so we didn't have that many people stop by from the county. It was a great opportunity to network with the councillors from town. I learned more about issues around the pool that I didn't know before. So that was a useful thing to do. On the 2nd of September weekend was Nordegg Days. There was also the grand reopening of the library. The community expressed their gratitude to the county for being able to use that space, but also for the great cooperation and support they got from the local staff in setting up in the Discovery Center. So I want to salute the volunteers who operate the library in Nordegg, and I guess all the volunteers in our community that work so hard to make these things happen and improve the quality of life in our community. On the 3rd of September, the last of the Nordegg Days, I was out again and met with the Nordegg Recreation Association and heard some of their concerns out there as well. So that is my report.
Great. Thank you. Questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? I might just say that Councillor Ratcliffe is a great ambassador for the aviation industry around here as well too. It's so nice to see the volunteers working out at the airport. It truly is a hidden gem, and I think those events that come there and the people that help volunteer are key to the positive image our community has. So I'll go to Councillor Cermak.
I also attended Market on Main with Councillor Swanson and Councillor Redcliffe. I couldn't believe the amount of people that come to that. It was the last one, I take it, of the year. It was phenomenal. The people were shoulder to shoulder from top of Main Street right down to the bottom. It was amazing. And I did have a councillor drop-in day. I definitely got caught up in all my emails and some other things I got done and some phone calls. Absolutely nobody came to visit me from outside, so I did get caught up in a bunch of stuff. And last night was our ag meeting in Caroline, and I would like to compliment our administration and our tech department in this county for helping our new manager and admin staff out there to get their computers up and running the way a computer should run, instead of being kicked out every 5 or 6 minutes. I hear that Peter done an excellent job. The lady out there says that he is her best friend. She loves this guy. He is fantastic with computers, she said. And she is a bit of a computer whiz herself. So that was a real compliment to Peter and to our county staff. I just can't say enough about how great we appreciated that out there. And then I also did attend the Karen GP. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming down on our landfill in Alberta from our government. I'm not going to go into a whole bunch of detail, but they're only giving us, they want us to be able to monitor how much methane is coming out of the tops of our units up there. I'm gonna let Michelle tell you all the details because they have really compacted how long we have to get on this bus and get going forward with these landfills. And it could cost this county anywhere from 500,000 to about 15 million if all the regulations come through. And I know that Michelle has a lot of the dates down. This stuff has to be all completed before 2025. A big part of the methane has to be done before June of 24. So I'm just gonna pass over to Michelle, because the whole thing just is mind-boggling, and we really need to get onto this bus. We're gonna save some bucks. That's my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Cermak before he passes the speaking stick? Well, thank you again, and we'll go to Councillor Swanson, please.
I'm not sure like that pass off or not, but anyways, we'll go with it. Rocky's, since the last meeting, Rocky Seniors Housing meeting was had, and there's around 13 vacancies still at the lodge. I mean, it was coming down. They had 4 move in, 2 move out. So anyways, we're not sure. It fluctuates within the month, so, but that's all good. We are putting out an RFP for a new nursing call system. It's outdated. When there was less people in there, things could be shuffled around in that, but we are looking, we need to replace that nursing call system right away. And so RFP's gone out. I popped by the Wings and Wheels at the airport. That was very interesting to see the attendance. Very well attended. As far as the pilots, I was glad to see that we're all intermingling with everyone. That was great. But that weekend I had also I'm a steward for the Alberta Craft Beer Judging for Alberta, and there was 514 individual entries, 34 categories, and the winners will be announced on October 18th, and I can't say anything about rival trade at this point in time. So, lips are sealed. Sorry, Nolan. Also had took my company, like I mentioned earlier, to the Tauntaun Bridge out west. It was a great walk. We walked in. Actually, I had a black bear on our way out, so it was a little bit off the track, but he was more watching his food walk by, I had said, than attempting to have a taste test. I did attend the Nordic Days Community Supper after that, and great local talent, great, well attended. And I actually toured MP Gerald Soroka. He was there. I toured him and his guests through the new development there, along with the North community. He was very impressed. He hadn't been there in over 10 years. And he said, well done, the county, with what's been going on. So his comment was there was the last time he was on his own individual council for Yellowhead, he said that they were also land developers for a little community just outside of Jasper Park. Begins with a B. The name evades me, but anyways, and he said those particular lots, of course, if you had Jasper Park in your backyard, he said those lots went really fast. So he says, I can see that, the growth here in the last few years. He said, I can see people jumping on that opportunity to get involved. So he was very positive about that. September 5th to the 8th, Councillor Cermak and Councillor Northcott and I did attend the CARE conference in GP. traveling 6.5 hours one way with Councillor Cermak was great, because I got to hear all about his work experience projects all the way up, because he was there. It was awesome. I learned a lot. It was great. And then we did stuff for donuts on the way back. That kudos to that little place. It was good. Key takeaways, as Councillor Cermak has said, it is the landfill. It's the measuring of the methane that's coming off these landfills, where we're going to be. The former Jim Lapp talked about that. He is a consultant, I would say, and so, you know, they're trying to. They feel that the threshold is 660 tons per year of methane generated per year. You know, cost to implement the system, as alluded to, you know, there is a widespread depending on how big your landfill is, but there is a reporting that has to happen every year. Regulation is June of 2025, and we all know that the question was asked, will the feds throw in some money for this, because this is the information the feds want, and it is unknown at this particular point in time. Other key, for myself, other key takeaways was also on the tours is we went to go visit their Cross-Link Community Complex. It was started 11 years ago. It was $31 million to build. They wanted to look at an expansion. The expansion's another $31 million, and they are losing $1 million a year. And you keep ice in all year round. They have 2 full rinks, soccer pitch with recycled turf with rubber beading. It was it's a beautiful complex, and it's out in the industrial area just north of GP. And yeah, just recreation is much needed. Even their cost per hour, there was people there from Edmonton going, that's cheaper than it is up there, but they didn't want to travel. So for lacrosse or hockey in that instance. The other key takeaway is the extended producer responsibility, the EPR that's coming down. It is an option to register. It is coming to the province as effective as of April 2024. That I would imagine, and I know our Reed Williams has been communicating with some of the people there in that, because the GOA did, or I shouldn't say the GOA, the fellow that is overseeing this from ARMA has been, he was only on for 3 days in this spring, and now he's been on for a full few months now, and it's coming down the pipe pretty fast. And so it's Alberta is the last to sign on to this program. So we've got a lot of experiences from other provinces to learn about and do better. And that will be, for me, when we talk about our central transfer station, I believe the EPR and how we're going to roll that out, or accommodate that particular program, will be a critical factor with us to start talking about our permanent central transfer site. So, and that, there are 219 active landfills in Alberta, 43 inactive, and we are invited to the Peace River Regional Waste Company because they have started a waste energy. And they have been going now for over a year. They've been collecting data, and they are willing to share it with other municipalities or regions on this. So anyways, if we want to do another road trip, I suggest flying next time. No, just kidding. But anyways, all good. We can have that or maybe invite them to do a presentation. That would be great. That's all for now.
Thank you. Questions for Councillor Swanson? I was interested to hear that you ran into a bear on your trip back from the Tauntaun Bridge. Can I assume that the hike was a little faster on the way back? Yeah, okay, yes. I can imagine. Yeah, I guess as many people have mentioned, the Wings and Wheels, or the Central, or the Air Tour was a great event. So glad to be there and see those representation of all those different aircraft and pilots, and really what ambassadorship all of us do for our community through the airport, and really, I think it is a hidden gem. In fact, it drew me back the next weekend to the aerobatics competition that was there too. That was very interesting to watch that as well too. I think it really highlights what a great facility we have. As other councillors said, a little quieter perhaps this last few weeks. It's given me a chance to participate in some community rejuvenation projects. So 36 gallons of paint and about several thousand board feet of lumber. Later we have a skating rink and a ball diamond that are looking a little bit spruced up and match the new school in Condor. So thanks to the many volunteers that spent a lot of time there over that week to do that and complete that work. Shout out to them for sure. Also had a chance to film a introductory video for the LUB. I have a face for a voice, so you won't see much of me on there, but I think it'll be up on the website somewhere along the time we start to launch the LUB process here in the next number of days, I guess. And I think just let me quickly check my other calendar, see if I did anything else. No, I think that's been a pretty quiet week here for me. So with that, unless there's any questions, I would look for a motion to accept councillor reports for information. Councillor Swanson's hand was first. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. There was a couple items of councillor remuneration. Any issues there? If not, I would look for a motion to accept councillor remuneration as presented. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. I will make that motion. Just, I did send mine in and it just isn't included, so I just.
You won't get paid. That's all.
I guess not. But I did send it in, so I just wasn't sure why it wasn't included. But
I think this time I know there was no correspondence noted either, and so that's an unusual thing.
Yes.
We don't get a little bit, but that's probably just a matter of these things stacking up, and they'll be crossing our paths very soon. So looking for a motion to accept councillor remuneration, if you would. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. How's our time doing here? There's no correspondence. Any notices of motion? Thank you. None of those. The next things will be in closed session. That will happen at 3 o'clock. I believe we have a delegation. So let's recess for 10 minutes here and be back at 3, please. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for rejoining us after our short break. The next item will be in closed session, so I would ask for a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Ratcliffe? I move to go into closed session. Thank you for that motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, we move into closed session. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Welcome back after our closed session. We continue towards the end of the day. I believe we may have a motion coming out of closed session. Anybody willing to make that motion? Councillor Graham.
I will very happily make the motion that council approves increasing the Agriculture and Community Services 2023 capital budget for the Leslieville Recreation Project, funded from the Recreation School Municipal Reserve Fund in the amount of $43,500 to conclude negotiations on a conditional offer to purchase.
Thank you. Discussion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Looking then at, Councillor Deputy Reeve Milhoff, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. Knowing that we need to do all of our work within a motion, so then a motion to request administration build a partnership policy and subsequent matrix for future Clearwater County recreation projects.
Okay. Discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried. Looking for somebody to move item number 14. Traditionally, we went to Councillor Northcott, and he graciously makes that motion. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we'll see you back here in a couple of weeks.